very good morning to you from the bright and ever sunny Usain Bolt Sports Complex for the Athletics Association of Barbados' May Classic 2021. It's coming to you with the kind compliments of Corporators General Insurance Company Limited.
Good morning to you all viewers in Barbados and the United States. This is the second in the series of our one-on-one interviews with Barbadian athletes who are doing particularly well in the United States. These athletes are shining lights for both their country and their families in the US of A, and they've been having an outstanding track and field season. This morning we are joined by Tristan Eveling and Jaden Groom, two athletes at the University of Houston who've been doing very well this season for Barbados and for themselves. And I want to first start by asking you, I'll start with Tristan, ladies first. I'll start with Tristan. Tell me a little bit about your season this year and how it has been going in the US.
Oh, my season was very emotional roller coaster. It didn't start off particularly well. I didn't have an indoor season, and I had to miss, I think, the first two outdoor meets because of a recurrent hamstring injury. So I got a slow start. I think when I officially opened up, I opened up with 11.5, which wasn't too discouraging. After not running since 2018, I think it was. But as the season quickly progressed, they were still dealing with injuries and still trying to piece my race together. It came together at the right time. If you had asked me 3 weeks ago if I would have ran what I ran over the weekend, I probably would have said no, but I'm just grateful that it happened and that I'm peaking at the right time.
I actually saw the race at 11.14. And the commentator, I was watching it on ESPN. The commentators didn't even have you picked to be the favorite to win the race. He actually thought that your other partner from the University of Houston, she would have won. But I knew he was wrong, but I didn't want to say that. But congrats again, 11.14. I think this is an Olympic qualifying time. I don't think you could have done that much better. Are you looking forward to going to the Olympics?
I certainly am. It's been a dream come true. As long as I was a child, I've always envisioned myself being one of the best sprinters in the world, and I wanted to help, showcase the world at Barbados. We have not only the men, but in the women's side, we have talent as well. So having that opportunity to showcase that, I'm ready and I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, great! I'll move to Jadon. Jadon, tell me something about your season. How has your season been?
My season's been exciting. I started off with a PR indoors, and from there I've just continued to build as the months go on. So I've really been just sticking to the plan that my coaches have put out for me, and the results are showing now.
Okay, how is competition been? I seem to think that every time I look at your results, every time you jump, you seem to jump further and further. You seem to be PRing every time you've competed in events this year. Tell me where you started out and where did you end up this year in terms of distance?
In terms of distance, I opened up the year with 1569. So as the meets continue to go on, it went 1569, 1585, and then it's now at 1605.
Do you know how far away you are from the Olympic qualifying standard in your event?
1 more meter.
A whole meter away. I'm telling you, a whole meter away. But how, in terms of training and getting adapted to the United States, I mean, I know that Tristan has been there longer than you have. Let me ask you, Jada, how has the transition been coming out of Barbados and going into the United States and training methods and intensity? How has that changed?
The transition, it was a tough transition for me because one thing I had to learn to adapt to was how technical it became from me leaving Barbados to the United States. So with obviously the experience of Leroy Burrell and Carl Lewis now having to come on to me, it was a lot for me to take in at first. So I couldn't have stood there and be hard-headed. I really had to take in each word that they were giving me to allow me to become a better athlete.
Okay. And I only see you in one event. You're not doing any other events. You're not jumping long jump. You're not sprinting. Tell me about that.
I am a dual jumper, but for this season, my coaches just wanted to focus on the triple jump.
So how was your long jump being? What kind of performances have we? I haven't seen a lot about you in the long jump. That's why I'm asking.
The thing is, I've only competed in the long jump my freshman year, just before COVID had shut off. I only jumped once. So it was only just a short little run and warm up for the triple jump, actually.
And then Tristan, in your performances, I've noticed the 100. I know you didn't have an indoor season. I've noticed the 100, but I realized that last season you were going pretty well indoors in the 200. And then I don't know what happened after that. So, and I haven't seen you in many 200s this year. I saw you in the 4x1 and in the 100. What about other events?
So with the hamstring injury I was dealing with, we kind of had to take a different approach to how many races I would run and when I would run them. So prior to last weekend, I had only run 200 meters. That was at LSU and ran 23.22. It was a weighted. And then I ran last week in the 200 preliminaries 24.0. But for me, I think I'm a little bit better of a 200 runner than I am a 100 meter runner. So I was really looking forward to this year to really running more 200s. But as God would have it, He wants me in the 100s. So.
Yeah, and you're doing very well in the 100. Tell me, I watch you also in the 4x1.
Yeah.
I don't see you in the 4x4. Sarah says she runs the 4x4. You scared of the 4. Most sprinters, the 100 meter sprinters, are scared of the 4x4.
I'm not scared of the 4x4. The 4x4 is an event that you want to do when you're well conditioned and you're in shape. And for me, if I'm not in shape for the 4x4, I really don't want to step on the track to do it.
All right. Tell me about the hurdles. What we know you in Barbados as a junior athlete, as a very accomplished hurdler. What has been happening with the hurdles this year?
This year, this hurdles has been non-existent. I haven't been over a hurdle, and actually, since I left junior college, I haven't been over the hurdles. My coach has been kind of debating about if I would have done it my senior year, but being that it's my senior year and they wanted to make sure I was as healthy as possible, we decided to scrap the hurdles.
Okay. We always ask athletes at this level, because the weather patterns and the weather conditions are totally different from what you experience in Barbados. And the one question that we like to ask is, how have you adapted to the changing weather, like the cold weather, training in the cold and all that? How have you adapted to that, Jane? And how have you adapted to cold weather?
I had to buy more warm clothes.
I would expect so.
Yeah, I couldn't go out there in a t-shirt and short pants as I always do. So I had to buy more long pants, more long shirts, jackets.
This morning is 4 minutes 5 seconds slot, and we're going to see how he does there. I want to say a very good morning to everyone as well who's locked on YouTube and watching the action here. Nice to have you guys. But this is the 1,500 meter run. They're going to run the first 300 meters here as soon as they pass the line. And then 3 full laps around this Usain Bolt Sports Complex. And let me say a good morning as well to the management and staff here of the complex, Dr. Aline and his crew. Thank you guys very much. And then 3 full laps around this Usain Bolt Sports Complex. So, early up, John Clark is up early, Finn Armstrong is up early, and the classy young lady in the event here, Layla Haynes, is up early as well. Remember, Layla would have already reached the standard, but it's always good to be in good form, and she was always going to try to lower that time. Her time that was required was 4 minutes 55 seconds. And she's right there. This is the May Classic, thanking our sponsors, cooperators, General Insurance. But it's Finn Armstrong leading, now Layla Haynes and John Clark of Pegasus, Elite Distance Program, known to go the distance. 800 meters left. And Layla Haynes is really running this morning. Bright sunshine. Striding well, moving well. Finn Armstrong as well. He's also eligible for that under 18 category. Only 15 years of age and running really well. About 600 meters left in this 1500 meters. And it's Armstrong and Haynes, about a 50-meter gap back to John Clark. Braffett and Pipe, they're still there. And Armstrong and Haynes will start to hear a bell, which will indicate that they are about to go on their final lap. Armstrong leads Haynes. Remember that time for the under 18 boys of 4 minutes 5 seconds. That's what the association is asking for. But Armstrong looks very strong at 15 years old. I like the younger athletes. We want to encourage them to stay in the sport and keep going. But this is Finn Armstrong of Elite Distance. $200 meters to go. And Armstrong finishing up strong for the final 100 meters. Finn Armstrong, Layla Haynes. Armstrong is going to be outside of the time, but that is not an issue here. He looks strong. He looks good. Not a bad time from him at all at 4:37. Haynes pushing to the line as well. We have John Clark out for his first meet for the season from Pegasus. We're going to bring home all of our athletes, ladies and gentlemen. Clark crosses the line. Carla Pipe now crosses the line. And we're going to bring home Daisha Braffett. All right, thank you so much, athletes. Good job, fantastic job there in that 1500 meter run. Calling for all of the 400 meter athletes for the hurdles. As I said before, you should have been there, so that we're ready to go at 10:35, and that's 15 minutes away. So all of you who are running those 400 meter hurdles should be at the call room area. All of you know yourselves who are running the 400 meter hurdles, just report to the call room. And we're going to be back on track in 15 minutes. We have the long jump happening there, and I know our meet director, I believe Mr. Prokop, will be bringing all of those results as they happen there, especially if we do have a competitor getting close or reaching a standard. And the boys under 18 long jump, the standard for NACA stands at 7 meters. So we're going to see how that event shapes up over there. We're going to be back on track in 15 minutes.
more socks. So,
But
yeah.
what have you done to adapt your body to train in colder weather than when you're in Barbados? Well, what have you done? Have you done anything special?
Um, it's not really anything special. I think my coaches would have just allowed me to train outdoors more, have more of my jump work outside instead of inside all the time, so my body would be able to soak in the cold weather. So that when I go to the competition area where the weather is slightly colder than usual, I would know how to take my warm up and what necessary precautions I would have to take.
And you, what about you, Tristan? How do you, because you weren't first at the University of Houston, obviously, and then you got into the University of Houston. What was the difference between the two camps that you were in, and how have you adapted to the cold weather?
At first, I was at Monroe College in New York, and as you know, the weather up there is not the best for sprinting. But however, most of the indoor season and the outdoor season, we were based indoors. So I didn't have to deal with it too much until outdoors. But then I remember there were times outdoors where we couldn't really sprint. We could only do like stride because sprinting in the cold weather is dangerous, right? So our coaches would give us longer workouts, maybe more endurance workouts. So it got me a lot stronger in a sense. I'm now seeing how it made me a lot better for the program here at Houston, because coming in here, I was able to run a lot longer. My endurance started to improve a little bit more. So it actually made me a little bit better in the endurance aspect. It made me pay more attention to my warm up, because you got to warm up a little bit longer to get your body warmer. And just really mentally prepare yourself that whether it's snowing, hailing, the sun is out, you know, you have to perform under these conditions, and all other competitors as well. So for me, it was just going out there on whatever day it is, just making the most out of it.
Okay, as student athletes, let's talk a little bit about school and schoolwork, about your academics. And I'll start with you, Tristan. Tell me, I know that you've already graduated at undergrad and you're now into a master's program. Tell me a little bit about school. How has school been for you in the United States at the college level?
At a college level, just the support that we get here is just unmatched. You have a really good supporting staff. You get tutors, you get study hours, mandatory study hours. You get all the help and all the tools that you need to be successful. So all you have to do is just ask. Say, hey, I need help here in this area. You can ask your teammates. You have one-on-one tutors you can go to. So really, you have all the access to tools that you need to be successful.
And it has been easy for you adapting to schoolwork. I mean, adapting, moving from high school into junior college, into college. How has that been?
Definitely. The transition from high school to junior college was a little bit easier. The classrooms, the sizes were about the same, maybe about 30-something students in the classroom. So we got to personally interact with the professors and really them get to know you, you get to know them. And if you need any assistance, they can come over easily and say, hey, I can help you with this. However, then I transitioned from Monroe to University of Houston. I'm in classes with hundreds of students. There's lecture halls now. It's not a small size classroom with 30 people anymore. So oftentimes the professors don't even know who you are. So I had to be a little bit more strategic on where I would sit in the classroom, maybe going to office hours to really get to know my professors and then get to put a face to the name, talk with them, just get to know a little bit more about them so you can build a relationship with them. That for me, when I had the harder classes, that really paid off in helping me to be successful.
Okay, Jadon, let me hear now about you. I know you're studying kinesiology and you're in the sports field. How is the transition being from coming out of high school in Barbados and coming into college at this level?
One thing I had to notice is that the interaction between your professor and yourself is the key aspect, especially me being a student athlete. The professors here have allowed us to have leeway with our work because they don't want us to have to go into competition worrying about an exam, an assignment, and because it all plays onto your mental aspect of you being an athlete. Also, when you're doing well in school, it also relates you to do well in track and field as well.
Okay. So how have your grades been? Let me talk some grades.
My name is Kirkland Clark, and I'm the underwriting manager here at Cooperators General Insurance. We offer a wide range of products to cover the individual householder, as well as for the commercial business. For householders, we have your homeowner's policy, which covers for all sorts of loss or damage. We also cover your contents, your valuables. We have all risk cover for that. For businesses, we offer a wide range, which includes your fire and perils protection, burglary, all risk, employer's liability, public liability, and the list goes on. During the hurricane season, we put on a number of specials so that persons can ensure that their products or that their properties remain covered. Cooperators General Insurance. Insurance the way you want it to be.
I can honestly say that I am probably the most satisfied policyholder at Cooperators General. My first motor accident was traumatizing, but after the accident, Cooperators claim staff put me at ease, and my claim was dealt with expeditiously. That experience was amazing. One night, my car had a flat tire. Cooperators 24-hour emergency response personnel came and assisted me. Being a female, I found that service cool and convenient. I have received exceptional service in every single department of the company. I find the staff very efficient and friendly. Cooperators General has always been there for me. Their premiums are reasonable and their payment plan is flexible. And you know how important that is at this time. One thing I must add is that Cooperators General is always there giving back to the community, supporting youth, sports, and culture. If you are looking for an insurance company to insure your house, car, or any of your other general insurance needs, Cooperators General Insurance is the right choice. I am Kim Tonia, and it would be very difficult for me to insure with another insurance company.
Cooperators General Insurance Company. Insurance the way you want it to be.
Look at the junior college route. You don't have to only look at the Division I route. You can look at D2. I think NA did. There are a lot of resources online you can go to the NCAA website to really start to familiarize yourself with what is expected of you. You can reach out to other athletes as well, you know, to find out like what times do I have to hit, what distances do I have to hit. You can also, and the last thing I would say is you want to really put yourself in the best position possible to, you know, to be noticed, you know, so whether that means posting your videos on social media, doing a little bit like interviews and stuff. There's also a recruiting website you can go to upload all of your stats, all of your bio and stuff like that, so that you can be noticed by recruiters.
So once you get there, what is the one thing that you should do constantly, or you should have in the back of your mind or in the front of your mind?
That is not always going to go the way you want it to. You know, you have to meet yourself where you're at. You're going to think that, okay, I'm going to come here and it's going to be great. You're going to have your ups and downs. So you just have to stay in the game, you know, roll with the punches, trust your coaches, trust your support staff, you know, that you're going to make it through, and always believe in yourself and never give up. I think for me, one of the key things is that I'm in a program where they believe you. They brought you here for a reason. And even though at times you might be knocked down, they're going to still try to get you back to that 100% as soon as possible. So for me, it's like when you come here, just believe in yourself. There are going to be times where it looks impossible. It's like, no, I'm not the same athlete as I was, but you aren't the same athlete you were. You know, you want to be better. You know, and sometimes I might be taking 10 steps backwards to go 20 steps forward. So just meet yourself where you're at.
Jadon, what would your advice be to any student once they get into the United States? What would your advice be to them?
What my advice would be to them once they get into the United States, it would be to don't limit yourself, because out here there's so many opportunities and there's so many opportunities to be able to advance yourself. So in me, the thing about me is when I first came to United States, I only saw myself being able to jump a certain distance. So that was me putting a limitation on myself. But my coaches said, no, you're able to do this and that and such. So when I allowed myself to open up and take in all the information, look at the standards that I'm able to reach, look at all the goals that I'm able to reach, me being able to become such a team player, such a people's person, it allowed for myself to evolve into what I'm doing today.
Okay. And finally, the season is not yet over. So I'm going to ask you a very pointed question. What can we expect? What do you have in the back of your mind, Tristan and Jadon, that you can do before the season is over? If you can give me a time, a distance, what do you have up on your wall? What do you expect to do, Tristan, before the season is over?
I don't like to put limitations on myself, but I really think I can hit 11-0, even 10-9 this year.
You can go on to 11. You can go on to 11. I mean, I'm not selecting people for the Olympics, but just let me say, because you qualified for the Olympics doesn't mean that you're automatically selected on the team. So you have that in the back of your mind as well. But if you do get there, and I'll tell you this, if you can run on the 11, I think you can make the finals. That's just my opinion. And Jadon, before the season ends, what do you expect that you can do?
What I'm expecting to hit around mid 16, so 16.5, 16.4, anywhere between that.
Okay. I really, really want to thank you folks for joining us this morning. I really compliment you and commend you for the excellent work that you've been doing. You're not only just ambassadors for yourselves and for your family, but you're ambassadors for our country. And I think what you've been doing this year really puts Barbados on the map and keeps Barbados top of mind in the minds of people in the United States. Thanks a lot and all the best for the rest of the season. God bless. We're looking forward to seeing you at home for nationals and the Olympic trial. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Kirkland Clark, and I'm the underwriting manager here at Cooperators General Insurance. We offer a wide range of products to cover the individual householder, as well as for the commercial business. For householders, we have your homeowner's policy, which covers for all sorts of loss or damage. We also cover your contents, your valuables. We have all risk cover for that. For businesses, we offer a wide range, which includes your fire and perils protection, burglary, all risk, employer's liability, public liability, and the list goes on. During the hurricane season, we put on a number of specials so that persons can enjoy.
Off and running. Rian Price Foundation is meaning business this morning. She's out early. Michaela Smith is running as well, but it's Price, then Smith. And Taylor's way behind, but it's all Price. Rian Price, then Smith. Remember, Price represents the Christchurch Foundation School. And hopefully we are going to return, I should say, to some BSAC action. Rian Price Foundation, she still leads. And she's going to have 2 more hurdles to clear. In this 400 meters, they run over 10 hurdles over the 400 meter distance. And she's being encouraged. Her coach all over by the long jump area, encouraging her. All right, that's Rian Price of Foundation School, the lone under 17 athlete, finishing up. Then we have Michaela Smith of Pro Farmers and Gabrielle Taylor, also representing Pro Farmers, finishing up. All right, thank you so much, ladies. Great job.
Canting.
Hi, my name is Adair Brewster and I am 18 years old. I heard of our Performance Track Club. My track journey started in 2019, so I have been hurdling for 3 years now. In this short space of time, I have accomplished a lot. I have 3 BSAT zonal records, 1 in the 100 meter and 2 in the 100 meter hurdles. Additionally, I am a BSAT silver medalist in the 100 meter hurdles, and I qualified for my first international meet, NACAT Under 18, which took place in Mexico. Even though COVID stopped a lot of things, I am excited to compete and qualify for Carifta Games and for other meets this year.
My name is Noel Lynch, and I'm the first Vice President of the Athletics Association of Barbados. I'm here this evening with two of Barbados's best athletes, both of them students at the University of Houston. They've been having a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful season this year. Seasons that all Barbadian athletes and athletes all over the world would look to. And we're just going to have a one-on-one interview. Well, this evening is going to be 1 and 2 because we're actually going to do this together. We have with us Sarah Bell and Tristan Gibbons. These are athletes that distinguish themselves from Barbados as junior athletes and are now doing even greater things on the track and field stage in the United States college scene. So I'm going to first start with Sarah. Sarah, how are you doing and how has this season been for you?
I'm fine, thank you. The season has been pretty good, actually. I beat my PR. I ran 13.52, which I was going to run lower in the finals, but things didn't work out in the finals. But I can say the season has been a pretty good start for a freshman.
Okay. Tell me and tell Barbados, how have you adjusted to life, college life in the United States, coming up as a freshman and coming into the University of Houston for the first time? How has it been? Academics, athletics, how has that adjustment been for you?
Academic-wise, I would say that you just have to be more lenient, you just have to be more focused on your classes. Track-wise, it's basically the same. You just have to get there and do what you have to do. And when you're finished, back home. And back home doing schoolwork, actually. That's the thing. So it's kind of the same thing, but more focus, I must say.
Yeah, okay. That's very good. Tristan, let me come to you. Every time I open my newspaper or every time I open my WhatsApp, I always see Tristan Gibbons has broken the national record again, or he's improved his performance this week. Last week at the ANC Championship, I see that you threw 1905 meters and won the championship. How has this year been for you on the track, at least in the field? How has it been for you?
It's truly been interesting because I've been battling a fractured hand all since February, so most competitions only getting 2 to 3 throws before I had to call it because of the hand. But I guess as I get older and stronger and I start understanding my technique a bit better, it's been easier to get the performances out there, but it's been harder to actually battle, staying healthy, and getting a true mark that possible out there.
Okay, tell me, let's talk some academics with you first, though. How has school been for you this year? And how has school been for the 3 years into this third year you are at Houston? How has school been?
Challenging. Originally, I was studying entrepreneurship, and then I transferred into engineering. And I transferred engineering actually months before COVID happened. So when I went into engineering, it was a whole new concept of, I guess, learning online, trying to learn theories, using these very complex apps to draw blueprints, stuff like that. Yeah, it was challenging. I ain't gonna say it. Sorry.
You go ahead. Sorry, you go ahead.
Yeah, and trying to adjust to that virtually and trying to video call professors to actually get I guess what I want, because I ain't gonna lie, I'd be confused with what's going on half the time. So I just gotta be rereading stuff 4 or 5 times to actually understand this is what he mean or that's what we're supposed to be doing. So this year's been the hardest so far, but somehow I'm making it.
How have your grades been? How are your grades? Are your grades good?
Busy, but actually, funny enough, this is my best semester far. I put up a 4.0 with doing 6 classes, so this has been the best academically. I guess because I don't have to physically go to school, so I have more time to sit down and actually study and I guess prepare better for exams versus half the time I'm in class. So, I try to learn new material, still train, and then go home and try to remember all you did. Versus just say, no, I see it, pull up your phone. And so academically, it's been its pluses and negatives, anyway.
How did both of you get involved in track and field in the first place? You can tell me, who were your mentors? How did you get involved in track and field?
How I get involved, I would say my parents.
Your
My
parents,
peer.
your parents were your mentors. They're the ones who brought you into track.
Yes, please.
And Tristan, how did you get involved in this sport?
Mr. Omar Armstrong. When I went CP, I guess around third form, he didn't tell me, just come and try out, you never know. But I actually played volleyball for CP at first, so he was also the coach there for my boss. So then one evening, just tell me, I can try it out. And I was like, all right. And then it was coming up to BSAT time. So I always wanted to, make the BSAT team. It was the big thing to make the BSAT team. So I was trying out, and I guess, just show tomorrow. Eventually, just fall in love and I guess get caught up in it. And just try to keep improving on your previous performance and try to make teams and stuff like that.
19 meters is pretty good. I know that you're looking forward to nationals. How far do you think you can throw this year?
If my hand could hold up, honestly, I'm looking for 20-meter barrier. The problem is I can't really push the balls I like because my hand's fractured. Like I actually got the scan a couple weeks ago, and they said I had a sprain across all my knuckles and a slight fracture. So it's like tolerance level for me. So if I can't get it in the first 3 throws, I ain't gonna get it because my hand start acting up.
It is truly amazing that you could, even with the fracture, do what you have done this year, because it seems that every competition you break some other record, some other national record or whatever. Sarah, how fast? 13:54. How much fast do you think you can go this year?
I could go faster, like 13:12. As you said, I practically have the same thing. It's just that it's not with my knuckles. It's with my wrist. At one meet, I fell and I sprained and slightly fractured my wrist and dislocated it. So I kind of don't start like in the blocks. I have to start on my knuckles. So it's not like normal starting on your hand, like fingers. I have to start on my knuckles, but I would say that I can go 13:0 or 12:9 at the where I am at right now, but we will see.
You know that third, well, if you go 12:9, the Olympic qualifying standard is 12:84, I believe it is. 12:84, which means that if you can go 12:9 and 12:8, you can qualify. But Tristan is a little bit more difficult because I think the qualifying standards in the shot is 21,
Yeah.
right, which is a little bit further. But tell me something. I'm only reading about you, Tristan, in the shot. You don't throw the discus or any other event. You've gotten rid of the discus out of your repertoire.
Nah, I still compete in discus. It's hard to improve on a consistent basis for discus because you got to take factors like the wind. Sometimes the surface areas of discus is be different. The shot is more general because it's like a ball, so it's closer to your body, easy to control variables and shot as a discus. And I've been struggling a bit technical aspects of my discus, so it's not the 60+ meter throws that everybody expecting right now. But I still working on it.
Okay. Sarah, if you can do 13:54, you can do 12:9. We think you can run about 11:52. 13:52. We think you can run about 11:3 or 11:2 in the 100. So what has happened to your sprinting?
It's still there. It's really still there. But I'm more focusing on the hurdles right now. But honestly, I do like the 4x4 only after the 100. I basically do 4x4s.
Okay, tell me something about your coaches and how.
After this 400-meter series, we're going to be going on the straight for the 100 meters. We have the men's long jump. They are marking paces and marking their run-up, I should say. We have one competitor in this under 20 division who's eligible for the under 18 division, I believe. And the other 3 are for under 20 and under 23, but we'll leave it at the under 20 for sure. And the under 18 400-meter hurdle standard for knockout stands at 53.50 and 52 seconds flat for Pan Am under 20. So 53.50 and 52 seconds flat. They're setting their blocks and we're going to be ready to start this event. See a lot of athletes just probably warming up and getting their muscles stretched for the start of the 100 meters, which is a scheduled commencement at 11:25. We saw the Mummy Rocket yesterday in Diamond League, running a very good time of 10:84. Shelly Ann Fraser Price. Athletics is in full gear all around the world. We saw Asher Smith from Great Britain the following week. Diamond League is always good to follow. Big lead up and gear up to the Olympics. So as our athletes just are making sure they're comfortable with their blocks and they're getting back into the starting position, I will introduce them to you. And hopefully soon we're going to have some spectators sometime in the month of June, keeping our fingers crossed. I just want to encourage everyone to continue to follow the protocols, not just here, but as you go about your daily life. So let me introduce you to the field here this morning for the boys 400-meter hurdles. As I said, that the under 18 qualifying standard is 53.50, and that is going to be for the athlete in lane 2 representing Rising Stars, Nikolai Kennedy. All of the rest, we're asking 52, and that is going to be Ayal Fined of Pro Farmers. He's in lane 4. In lane 6 is Marquez Cadogan of Rising Stars, and in lane 8 is Darian Bailey of Pro Farmers. Best of luck to you 4 young men. Mr. O, it is your action. We have a good start here. Let's see how they're going to shape up. Going over the first hurdle. Oh, they look all even though. Let me take another peek again, and it looks like the boy on the inside, Nikolai Kennedy, is running a corker of a race. Kennedy is flying from Rising Stars. My goodness. It's Kennedy on the outside. Darian Bailey is running too. Kennedy had a little stumble there, so that means Bailey is now out in front of Pro Farmers. It's all Bailey out in lane number 8. Followed by Marquez Cadogan and Ayal Fined. It's all Nikolai Kennedy of Pro Farmers. Darian Bailey, of Pro Farmers. Finishing up. Hard luck for Nikolai Kennedy. He was looking very good flying. Had a little stumble, but that happens in track and field. That's why we are going to have more meets for our athletes.
Good morning, all. Welcome to the Usain Bolt Complex, the Ryan Rapid Track, the 2021 May Classic, put on by the Athletics Association of Barbados. I am Harcourt Wilson, and with me is
June Carroll. A wonderful Saturday morning with the May Classic, and we're looking forward to some fantastic performances. A nice day at the track. After all the shutdown from COVID, we're so pleased to be out in the sunshine with people we know, seeing the faces, being close to people. Not too close, though, following the protocols.
well, as track is one of those sports where definitely not a no contact sport, and no need to be close. You'd like to see close finishes in the sprints, but everyone is usually quite far apart.
Quite so. So we're prepared for. We've had some races already. We've already seen the 1500 meters.
1500 meters for both men and women. They've gone by, as well as 400-meter hurdles for the girls under 17, the ladies open, boys under 17, and boys under 20, and also for the open men. And we are waiting now for this looks like the men's 400-meter hurdles that will be going on shortly. But it's a very bright and sunny day here and hot, I must add, at Usain Bolt Complex. Of course, no spectators, but the athletes themselves are the spectators, and of course we have lots of officials ensuring that the meet is run in accordance with the World Athletics rules. We have a packed day. This is usually a 2-day meet, but it will be condensed now into 1 day because the Sundays this time is stand home day to use the popular quote. So we have, along with the 1500 meters, we have the 400 meters hurdles, and after the 400 meter hurdles, we have the 100 meters for under 15s, under 17s, ladies and men. Then we have the 400 meters, same categories, and then we will have the short hurdles, 100-meter hurdles for under 17 girls and for ladies, and then the 110-meter hurdles for boys and men. Boys under 17, under 20, and men. Those will be followed by the 800 meters under 17, under 20, and open. And then we'll round off with all of the 200 meters events under 15, 17, and women and men open.
Like you mentioned, Harcourt, they're combining the boys on the 17 400-meter hurdles with the men's hurdles. So you'll see when you look at it, you'll notice two different heights, 84 centimeters and 91 centimeters. And with the boys, generally we'll put them on the inside and the men on the outside. The two hurdle events combined. That's just because of the numbers and the fact that it's more economical if the numbers aren't great. If they're not 8 competitors, you can just put the two races together, and then the younger athletes will benefit from the better times that they would record in competing with the older ones.
Yes, definitely. And again, we saw it in the 1500 meters where the men and women, all age groups, ran together. Mm-hmm. So. It makes sense to, for it saves time, mm-hmm. and also cuts down on, it gives the ladies, for example, they will have an advantage of competing with the men. Or do you laugh at you think it's vice versa?
Because sometimes we compete with them, sometimes we defeat them, and we particularly enjoy those moments on the track.
Extreme velocity. And in lane 4, just making sure his block is comfortable, is Gerard Mason of Quantum Leap. Remember Gerard in the heyday running those 800 meters. And in lane 2, Zachary Alexander representing the Christchurch Foundation School. Good to see, though, you still have the schools here this afternoon. He's the lone under 17 competitor. And just let me remind you, Zachary, that you're the association asking 53.50. Give it your best shot. If you're under 20, we're asking 52 seconds. And if you're eligible for under 23, we are asking 51.50. Mr. Rowe, it's all yours. Off and running here. Jade Yearwood and Gerard Mason are flying. Jade hitting the first hurdle. And Gerard Mason is blazing. My goodness, going down that back straight. Mason, really the class act here. He's the one that we're going to be focusing on. Jade Yearwood isn't done yet, but Mason is flying for Quantum Leap and running a cracker jacka of a race. Remember, he is going to be... He's going to be looking for the under 23 time of 51. He's not bad in there. He's really trying to push home here. Is Mason takes a peek at the clock, hitting the hurdle and down. And Yearwood will be finishing up there. Mason was looking on target there, though. I must say, he glazed at the clock. Probably his eyes got too big. But still a good run from Gerard. Hope everything is all right with you, my friend. And congratulations to all of our other athletes participating there. We're approximately 17 minutes. Approximately 12 minutes, I should say, from the start of our first 100-meter event, which will be our under 15s. The long jump is going to be interesting over there. See a competitor now on the runway. He's coming from way back. Let's watch this jump. Extend.
So with the completion of the 400-meter hurdles, as little as we were saying, June, hurdles is one of those events where anything could happen, especially in the 400-meter hurdles.
Yes, it did. We noticed the change in his stride pattern and the extremely low and risky clearance in the penultimate hurdle.
Correct. Yes.
And then it all fell apart. He tumbled.
Yeah.
I don't know if you were a 400-meter runner. Explain what happens in that last 100 meter. No matter whether you run the first 300 fast, whether you run the first 300 slow. Tell me what happens in that last 100 meters.
But what I can say, June, is that last 100 meters is the longest 100 meters that you would ever face, having run 300 meters already. That's one of the things where you want the finish line to come to you. You're never so happy to get to the finish line. And it happens repeatedly, however many 400 meters you have run. The same thing happens, but, it is like, you're addicted to it, though. You have to go back at it because you're hoping to improve on that time. So you want to go back at it again and reduce improve on the time from the previous race. But people always say, especially the sprinters, the straight sprinters, 100-meter sprinters, not so much the 200-meter, but the hundreds. What would possess a person to run a 400 meters? But I say, like I said, you become addicted to it. Having done it once, you want to go at it again and keep going at it. So I mean, it is all I ever really wanted to do to run the 400 meters. But people also ask, but why would someone want to run a 400 meters with 10 obstacles? So, that's not when it gets a little crazy at that time. But again, the 400-meter hurdles is one of those flamboyant events where you really see the good technique and the combination of good hurdling technique with a good 400-meter runner.
Yes, it's mastery at its best, actually.
Yes.
Just a reminder that the May Classic of the Amateur Athletics Association of Barbados, coming to you live from the Usain Bolt Sports Complex, is brought to you with the kind compliments of Corporators General Insurance Company Limited.
What makes an insurance company stand tall above the rest? Is it the affordable premiums, flexible payment plans, or multiple locations to serve you better? Is it because it's locally owned by the credit union movement? Is it the 24-hour emergency roadside assistance or prompt settlement of claims? Or is it the long-standing pledge of community involvement and friendship? Welcome to Cooperators General Insurance, insurance the way you want it to be. We can help.
And we're back at the Usain Bolt Sports Complex for the Athletics Association of Barbados's May Classic 2021. We hand you back over to our announcers, Harcourt Wason, Dr. June Cattle, and Mr. Trevor Belch.
Yes, back here at the Usain Bolt complex, the Ryan Brathwaite track that we cannot forget. I'm talking about hurdles. June, Ryan Brathwaite, our world champion in 2009 in the 110-meter hurdles. Proud moment for us here. And June, yourself a hurdler.
Oh, that was a long time ago. But sprinting over barriers, it's beautiful to watch. It's a lovely thing to prepare for. It's all about rhythm and technical efficiency, and crossing the barriers as efficiently as possible. And of course, you have to be willing to take a tumble, because you will fall, I'm telling you. So you just get right back up again. Yeah. Unfortunately, it happened to me today. But, it's the nature. It's within the nature of the event, actually.
Yeah. Actually, he looked good at the first 200. Yes. But then after 300 meters, you could see that his stride pattern had changed. You could see his hurling technique had deteriorated. So that's when he really was he was hitting the wall at that time. So the lead leg just wasn't coming up. So it's unfortunate, and he possibly could have made that on the qualifying time for the under 23 400-meter hurdles.
I think one of the challenges might have been the wind coming in, because I'm seeing the banners. There's a lot of action in the banners, and it would be interesting to see what the wind was like, because coming home with the arrangement of this stadium, it might have been particularly challenging to fight with the wind against you.
Yeah, and if it was coming against him, then it might even be more difficult. And he's not particularly a big fan.
Too.
And it distracts. Yeah. So coming up, we will have the 100 meters. There was the first 100-meter event is at 11:25, so that's in about 5 minutes, and we seem to be running on time. So at any moment we should see the first seat for the under 15 girls 100 meters arriving at the start line. We try and get a start list so we can give the assignments for you. So once we get that list, we'll give you the assignments. We'll give you the assignments for the 100 meters. So again, the Mayor Classic at the Usain Bolt complex, a very hot day. And for those of you who have never been to the Usain Bolt complex, it is in a bowl, so to speak. We have the ridge leading up to University Hill, and that's on the southern side, and it comes around on the eastern side to Paradise Heights in that area, and Wanstead over on the other side. It usually gets very hot down here, and the wind at times can be also quite high. For the last couple of years, knapsack was held here, and usually you can see that the dust and that you can feel the heat when you're down in the middle of the track.
You know, this reminds me of the University of the West Indies, this complex at Kayville, the sport complex at Mona. The arrangement is similar, and that bowl, we used to call that the dust bowl at one point. And that bowl, it has a certain similarity to what the arrangement here in this particular sports complex.
Actually, it also reminds me to a track I ran on years ago, Rutgers University in New Brunswick, where it's also a bowl shape, but this time it stands completely around. But that was also, like I said, sat in the bowl with the stands around, and then the landscape high or right around the track, the entire stadium. So that was also,
it can facilitate fantastic performances
exactly
on the still day.
Just about to say that.
Usually around the evening, around 6 o'clock or so, there's a possibility of really great performances because it's still, and it facilitates them, and great movement, less air resistance and all that. But there are the challenges associated with that. For
real. But I mean, I actually at times like this is really appreciative that we have a second track in Barbados, since the National Stadium is now out of commission for a while, the track at the National Stadium. So it's really a good thing that we have this track that we can move to and continue, well, in this case, to start our season for 2021. Although it is limited in the fact that the throwing events are not held here. Right now, as we speak, the throwing events are being held at the National Stadium. So along with the track events, we only have the jumps, high jump, long jump, and triple jump here at Usain Bolt Complex.
Yeah, as soon as we get those results from the stadium, we will of course share them with you. And we had some really good results last time out, so we expect that we will have similar good results this time. The athletes have really been appreciative of the opportunity to compete again, and we've been seeing that in some of the performances. Great performances, taking advantage of the opportunity to be here, to compete, to be with each other, and just to show how good they are and how they're developing. We welcome Trevor Welch, and he's going to share his impressions today of how we've been doing and the progress so far. Hi, Trevor.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
Good. It's good to be here at the Rembrandt track, the Usain Bolt complex. I think it's a beautiful day. I wouldn't like to be out there running at this time because it's very, very hot. I think so far things have gone smoothly, and I'm looking forward to some great competition.
Yes, if you look at in the 100 meters, in the under 15 girls, there are 2 heats, and then there are also 2 heats in the under 15 boys, 3 heats in the under 17 girls, 2 heats in the under 17 boys, 3 heats in the ladies open, and 5 heats in the men's open. So with men the under 20 girls and boys will run with the women and the men. So we hope to see some good performances. Of course, we are looking to qualifying for, the athletes are looking to qualify for NACAC under 18, the Pan Am Juniors, NACAC under 23, and of course the Olympic Games. So hopefully we'll get some good performances today. We'll get people getting close to or getting the qualifying marks.
I see Trevor has some qualifier marks with him. I was wondering if he would share some with us. We're about to go into the 100 meters, and I think he is about to share that.
Right. The qualifying standards for the NACA under 18 for the girls, it's 11.85 seconds. For the boys, it's 10.68. For NACA under 20, NACA under 23, the qualifying standard for the men, 10.46 seconds. And for the ladies, 11.60 seconds.
So we're getting ready on the track for the 100 meters.
Yes, we can see the first seat of the under 15 girls on the line. So,
Azara Husbands of Elite Distance. Elaine 6, Sierra White of BSL Athletics. And Elaine 7, rounding out this first section of 2 time finals, Zarina Williams of Performers Track Club.
All yours, Mr. Burt. Off and running, and the young lady there looks like husbands of Elite Distance, winning that first one. Flash time, 13.40. And we are ready for section number 2. That's husbands.
Section 2 of the girls under 15 100 meters. Elaine 3, Alika Harewood of Talons. Elaine 4, Naima Taylor of Talons. Elaine 5, Samara Olton of Rising Stars. Elaine 6, Tia Applewhite of Rising Stars. And Elaine 7, her twin sister Tania Applewhite of Rising Stars.
.40 is the time to beat there, and Tia and Tania, sisters battling. Oh my goodness, they're close. However, Talons Harewood is also there, close at the line, but husbands is going to actually beat the Applewhaites today. Oh, and I like that in track and field. We are, however, ready for the boys, and Aisha is going to be bringing up the boys. Applewhite time, flash time, 13.60. So it means husbands is going to be the winner there in that section. Young men, you should go back there, please, because we haven't called those names as yet. Under 15, we want to keep it rolling nicely for you guys as we follow all of the protocols for track and field. Aisha?
In this boys under 15 100 meters, we have 2 time finals as well. In section 1, Jaheim Griffith of Rising Stars. In lane 2, lane 3, Ethan Haynes of Quantum Leap. In lane 4, Ashan Trotman of Rising Stars. In lane 5, Carice Graves of Rising Stars. And in lane 6, Kamari Cummings of Quantum Leap.
Good start for our under 15 boys, the first section, time finals. In the middle of the track there from Rising Stars, looks like Trotman, however, on the outside, Husbands of Quantum Leap. Cummins, of Quantum Leap, runs 12.28 flash time. You'll hear the cheers from the Quantum Leap stand. We're ready for section number 2, Aisha. 12.99 is the official time there, not 12.28 for Gabriel gets too excited. 12.99, that's the time there.
In section 2, in lane 2, we have Xavier Knight of Rising Stars. In lane 3, Ethan McCollin of Quantum Leap. In lane 4, Enrico Jean-Pierre Green of Rising Stars. In lane 5, Ethan Hart of Quantum Leap. In lane 6, Shamari Addison of Pegasus. And in lane 7, Aaron Messiah of Quantum Leap.
So Jean-Pierre is a bit anxious and is fortunate for the under 15 rules of the allowed one false start, and that's going to go to him and then to the entire field. And then anyone after that now will be put out of the race. Off and running, the time to beat 12.99. Let's see how they shape up here. Enrico Jean-Pierre Green, you can see why he wanted to get out the blocks early. He's flying down the straight there. It's all Jean-Pierre Green. Flash is 12.18, but obviously with the win and everything, we run around it off and see what happens. And it stands at 12.16. That is quick. Jean-Pierre of Rising Stars. We're going to bring the full result. The under-17s are going to be making their way across as we're 5 minutes away from the start of the under-17 boys and girls 100 meters. They're making their way across. All kind of action that we have here for you guys. Lovely, lovely afternoon. We're going to be going into shortly.
Okay, so we've seen the start of the 100 meters, and there've been some very interesting races with some very interesting results. And as we look at the athletes, we kind of try to focus on the start and the rules of the start, and we've seen a little difficulty with that. It is important for being at the start line to remain still and not move until you get the set command, and then assume your position, and then stay still, and then await the gun. And so that's a simple three-step process. With it, in actuality, and getting it done sometimes is very challenging with the nervousness and the expectations of being out there and flying and showing what you can do. So that has its own characteristics to it. As we wait for the other races to start, we can look and see then, if we were able to do a review, the transitioning between the stages of the race for the athletes. So after the start, we got the acceleration, and I found that the younger athletes did not fully take advantage of the opportunity for acceleration. I say that because in a lot of instances, I saw them getting into a standing position quite early. Right? But that also has to do with the strength and their preparation to do this. So if they're strong enough, they can stay low, and we usually use the airplane analogy, stay low and then gradually get up then to a position where they can do their maximum velocity sprinting, knowing that you can only hold that as long as your training and strength allows, and then you will get your deceleration happening. It's only on very few occasions that the athletes were shown, if we look at the graph properly, were shown to be able to accelerate again in the last few meters, and those cases then have some question marks by them. You know what I mean. So we can check, though, I'm telling you that you can check aab.sports.bb for live results. So as soon as the race is over and the results have been verified, you'll be able to follow them at aab.sports.bb. So check it out. I'll repeat, aab.sports.bb. You can check that address for live results. So as we were saying, our court has gone to assist with the start crew, because we need all hands on deck to ensure a good, legal, proper start for the 100 meters, and especially as we get into the more mature divisions.
Seconds in 7th, Sierra White of BSL Athletics, 14.25. In 6th place, Zuri Ellis of Performers, 14.03. In 5th place, Alika Harewood of Talons, 13.79. In 4th place, Davina Gaskin of Pacers Track Club, 13.76. In 3rd place, Tia Applewitt of Rising Stars, 13.62 seconds. In 2nd place, Tania Applewitt of Rising Stars, 13.60. And winning the under 15 girls 100 meters, Azara Husbands of Elite Distance, 13.40 seconds. For our boys under 15, in 8th place, Shamari Addison of Pegasus, 13.26. In 7th place, Ashan Trotman of Rising Stars, 13.14 seconds. In 6th place, Aaron Messiah of Quantum Leap, 13.05 seconds. In 5th place, Kamari Cummings of Quantum Leap, 12.99 seconds. And your top 4 all ran in the second time final. Xavier Knight in 4th place, Rising Stars, 12.84. In 3rd place, Ethan McCulling of Quantum Leap, 12.69 seconds. In 2nd place, Ethan Hart of Quantum Leap, 12.38 seconds. And winning the boys under 15 100 meters, Enrico Jean-Pierre Green of Rising Stars, 12.16 seconds.
A reminder that this is the May Classic for 2021, hosted by the Athletics Association of Barbados. It's coming to you live from the Usain Bolt Sports Complex here in beautiful Barbados. It's coming to you with the compliments of Cooperators General Insurance Company Limited.
5.19 meters. In second, Peter Lowe of Performers, 5.28 meters. And winning the boys long jump under 17, Michael Blair of Rising Stars, 6.12 meters.
Thank you so much, Aisha. Good job as usual. And our under 17s, as you correctly said, setting those blocks, and they always have to wait on the gun, because if you don't, goodbye to you. And ladies, the association is asking 11.85 of you to probably get a seat on the aircraft that is going to be taking you to Costa Rica. We have a couple of athletes overseas and locally based here who have reached some standards. I'm going to try to give you all of them. But I want to shout out to everyone, 214 persons who are locked on and watching. If you guys are hearing me, you can just put it in the chat, because as much as you're not here with me physically, and as I should say, I can see, well, those who are commenting in the chat. On YouTube. But even if our athletes don't, as I say, make the qualifying standard, it's all about bragging rights too, and it's all about achieving what you want to achieve here. You put in a lot of hard work, training is going on, and wishing this under 17 division the best of luck. Aisha, we are ready for this first section, which is a full section here. Let's have those names.
In this first section, in lane 2, we have Therese Holder of Talons. In lane 3, Jada Williams of Quantum Leap. In lane 4, Romancia Wiltshire of Talons. In lane 5, Shakenya Jones of Talons. In lane 6, Takara Brown Hall of Performers Track Club. In lane 7, Janice Griff Trotman of Talons. And in lane 8, Tonic Fleming of Talons.
They're off and running, all 8 of them. Let's see how they shape up here. On the outside of Talons is Fleming. Tonic Fleming flying this morning. And the clock was saying 10.85, but we know that is not correct. So we are going to see what the time is. But we're rolling around nicely. All of the men and women who are running that 100, you should be in the call room area. Seeing the area, getting busy, so that's good. Just awaiting the time from the crew, who you don't get to see but work extremely hard. That's the photo finish team. These guys are here early, setting up all of the cameras, all of the equipment, the clock, running all of the cables, the wind gauge, everything. Well, you guys are probably still having breakfast this morning. They were here. So you don't get to see them, but they're in the comfort of the AC today. And section 2, setting their blocks. This section 2 will be a lot of pace. I just want the ladies to hear the time that they're going to have to beat. It's always good to know, especially when you're in a time final. And waiting on the best. Sometimes he could be the worst best, but that's my friend. Just waiting for this young lady in lane 1 there. Make sure everything is right. Aisha, all over to you.
Thank you, Jamar. We have all 8 lanes in this under 17 girls second section of the 100 meters. In lane 1, Dania Lewis of Rising Stars. In lane 2, Shania Thomas of Quantum Leap. In lane 3, Malia Edwards of Rising Stars. In lane 4, Crisaria Ballantyne of Quantum Leap. In lane 5, Danae Niles of Talons. In lane 6, Jasmine Seeley of Quantum Leap. In lane 7, Calicia Downs of Talons. And in lane 8, Niobe Holder of Christchurch Foundation.
All over to you, Mr. Cox. 13:54 is the time to beat. Off and running. Oh my. Looks like Malia Edwards. This one is close. It's just 13:54 to beat, but this is close. My Rising Stars. They look good there. 13.46. This heat will be the winning heat, that's for sure, because the time to beat was 13:54. 13:44 is what it's rounded off at, and Dania Lewis picked them on the line there in lane 1. Minus 3.1 win. That's a high tail win. Really is a hurricane season coming up, boy. Nice breeze here at Usain Bolt Sports Complex. Getting ready for the under 17 boys, and I can see, and we only have one section, straight final there for those, and I can see the women are coming across. So as I said, call room really kicking today. Good job, guys. All of our officials, Mr. Prokop, I haven't checked my phone as yet, so let me just check very quickly to see if you have sent me that info. Oh. So making it into the final 8, we have Jaden Ford. He had a best jump of 6:02. Of foundation, Armani Canterbury, Quantum Leap. He had a best jump of 5:53. Wayne Jones on a touch. He had a best jump of 5:94. Remember, these are just the final 8 competitors and their best distances so far. Aaron Braffett of Rising Stars, best distance of 6:54. Dario King, Rising Stars, 6.09. Laquan Wiggins of UE Blackbirds, best distance of 5.66. Paul Clark of Talons, 6.50. So that's where they're at right now, I believe. With that long jump, the under 17 boys straight final, setting their blocks. We have the long jump for the girls under 15 and under 17. That's 36 minutes away. Suspect that Mr. Bino will be going over by that long jump area. It's a lovely afternoon, well, going into afternoon, final stages of the morning time, and Mr. Cox is ready, and we are ready here to call these names for you for the under 17 boys.
Please welcome in lane 1, Travis Hoyt of Rising Stars. In lane 2, Sherwin Bourne Jr. of Quantum Leap. In lane 3, Nathan Brathwaite of Talons. In lane 4, Shadane Phillips of Rising Stars. In lane 5, Aragorn Straker of Talons. In lane 6, Omega Georges of BSL Athletics. In lane 7, Jaquan Pilgrim of Quantum Leap. And in lane 8, Jakota Pilgrim of BSL Athletics.
Off and running for the straight finals. Looks like Straker of Talons. Straker blows them away of Talons. 11:56 flash time. And we're going to get ready for the women. I think we have 2 sections there. We're rolling and moving along very nicely for our May Classic. Nice to be back on track. Long jump. They're going to be finishing up over there, the men's long jump, before we go into the girls under 15 and under 17 division. But streak of talents 11:56 under 17 boys. And talents turning up to the party here in these sprints. I'm seeing a lot of athletes here from Talons, very good. So it's always a good rivalry between the clubs, and that's how we want to keep it here for athletics in Barbados.
So Trevor, we're in the middle of the 100 meters, and we just saw the boys under 17, which is preceded by the girls under 17 and the under 15 girls and boys. So that sets us up for excitement in the women and men's 100 meters.
Yes, I'm looking forward to that. I think the under 20s are combined with the men and women. And I could just give you qualifying standards because the Panam Juniors, Panama under 20, is also this year, and the standards are 10.50 for the men and 11.65 for the women.
So they're setting up their blocks and doing their practice runs and checking to see if the block settings are appropriate and all that. So we're just about ready and ready for the lane assignments and all that, so that we can see fully what's on show for the women's 100 meters and the men's 100 meters. Overseas, though, I mean, you would have seen some clips and some interviews in the 100. So in the women's category, we seem to be having some really great promise.
That is right. Tristan qualifying for the 100 meters with a time of 11.14 seconds.
Church Foundation. In lane 4, Donisha Moore of BSL Athletics. In lane 5, Khadija Cummins of Christchurch Foundation. And in lane 6, Chanel Austin of Rising Stars.
We have a good start there. Mr. Rowe pulling that trigger. And let's see how they're going to shape up here in the first 50. But it looks like Donisha Moore, Donisha Moore of BSL to the line. That's the first section. Flash time 13.03. Mr. Best is going to do his magic there and round it off there, I think. He just teased me. Okay, thank you. 13.02. Minus 2.4. the wind. That's the best I think we had all day in terms of the minuses. I hope it's going to be good for the men because we have 4 sections for the men. And it's competitive action here, and I heard the screams just now for Donisha. Hopefully we are going to have some spectators soon coming in the month of June. I think the weekend of June 26 will be nationals. We'll try to, we have to probably, Miss Maynard, we have to do what the people are doing for a vaccine and probably have a lottery for someone. Some people who come into the stadium to encourage them to come back to track. But it's all happening right here at Usain Bolt Complex. 13.02 will be the time to beat. Athletes just getting themselves ready for competitive action. I'm ready yet. Yep, the young ladies, they are making their way back to the starting blocks. We have a full 8, and 13.02 was the official time in that first section, ladies. That's the time that you're going to have to beat here. And Aisha, let's meet the young ladies here in this final section.
In lane 1, Ayana Morgan of Quantum Leap. In lane 2, Zaria Knight of Rising Stars. In lane 3, Tionse Walren of Talons. In lane 4, Andrea Straker competing unattached. In lane 5, Dania Haynes of Rising Stars. In lane 6, Amani Kernon of Quantum Leap. In lane 7, Kerry Beckles of Rising Stars. And in lane 8, Kayla Kernon of Quantum Leap.
And it's a good start. You remember the Kernons, they dominated, but let me see. Ayana Morgan, Kerry Beckles. Oh, it's going to be close between those two. Looks like Ayana Morgan though. Looks like Morgan. And I was seeing Morgan on the other side of the area going through her warm-up with the coach and her starts, and she did a good job over there. 12.43, blistering. Not bad. The men's and boys high jump. Report to your area, please. Men's and boys high jump. And we have 4 sections for the men's 100 meters. And we are on time right here at Usain Bolt. But Morgan getting the best of them today. The Kernons dominated last week. And it's all Quantum Leap. And from the relay display they showed last week, you know, they have the sprinters there. So as I said, they keep it competitive between the clubs. And I like to see when the athletes just go back to the drawing board. Call for the under 15 girls and boys for the 400 meters. Please report to the call room. Your event is 30 minutes away. You should be there. All under 15s for the girls and boys running the 400. You should be by the call room. If you're not, report there now, because we have 4 sections here of the men. And as we go through those sections, we are going to be then coming right down to the start of the 400. By that time, we should be near ready to start. I'm shouting out again to the one of the best start teams you can find anywhere in the world. And these guys understand track and field tall, very tall. And they're increasing in numbers. I'm not sure if everybody has some sauce here, but Saturday can't go by without putting on sauce. And this is going to be section number 1 of the men's 100 meters. And remember to you guys there, if you are in the under 18 section, we're asking 10.68. If you are under 20, 10.50. And if you're under 23, we are asking 10.46. And I remember Kuran got very close to that. We're going to see what happens today. Aisha, let's meet the men in this first section.
In lane 2, Tyrell Clark of BTC, Blaze Track Club. In lane 3, Jaden Ford of Christchurch Foundation. In lane 4, Armani Scantlebury of Quantum Leap. In lane 5, Acario Belgrave Thomas of Talons. In lane 6, Davon Johnson of Rising Stars. In lane 7, Laquan Wiggins of UE Blackbirds. And in lane 8, Jalen Thornhill of Quantum Leap.
I heard the recall, so we're going to see what happens there. And based on hearing those 2 recalls coming from the assistant and the starter, but we always wait. We don't try to assume in track and field. Looks like the athlete there from Rising Stars, Johnson, committing a false start. So the field is Clark, Ford, Scantlebury, Belgrave Thomas, Wiggins, and Thornhill. Lane 6. They're committing a false start, and they're under Mr. Rowe's orders once again. Off and running. Now we have a good start. This is the first section of the men. Let's see how they're going to shape up here. Tyrell Clark of Blaze Track Club is blazing down the straight. 11:53 flash time. That's the first time. First section. Remember, there are 4 sections for the men here. Minus 2.4, that's the win. We're getting ready for long jump action. Under 15 and under 17 girls, as well as some high jump action for the women's and boys under 17 and men's high jump. Ladies, in the long jump, can you please report to the area? That's the under 15, under 17, and women. We need you to report to the long jump area. Getting ready for section number 2 as the men, they set their blocks. All right, we are ready for section number 2 of the men's 100 meters.
In lane 2, Evan Hudson of Rising Stars. In lane 3, Ross Walren of Talons. In lane 4, Anthony Evelyn of UE Blackbirds. In lane 5, Marcellus Gustav of Rising Stars. In lane 6, Seth Dean of Talons. And in lane 7, Aaron Brathwaite of Rising Stars.
All right, so we've got a good start here for section number 2. Let's see how they're going to shape up. Looks like the young man there from Talons, Ross Waldron, pushing to the line and shutting down. I don't know why, but 11:62. That's a little slower than the first section of 11:53. 53. Minus 3.8, very high, minus wind there. We're getting ready for the third section. And we're going to have results of the under 17s. Go ahead, Aisha.
For the girls under 17 100 meters, in 8th place, Calicia Downs of Talons, 13.81 seconds. In 7th, Niobe Holder of Christchurch Foundation, 13.61. In 6th place, Shania Thomas of Quantum Leap, 13.59. In 5th place, Tonic Fleming of Talons, 13.54 seconds. That same time also went to Crisaria Ballantyne. She's in 4th of Quantum Leap, 13.54. And your top 3, Danae Niles of Talons, 13.48 seconds. In 2nd place, Malia Edwards of Rising Stars, 13.47 seconds. And winning the girls under 17 100 meters, Dania Lewis of Rising Stars, 13.44 seconds. And your boys under 17 100 meters, that one was a straight final. In 8th place, Travis Hoyt of Rising Stars, 12.75. In 7th place, Shadane Phillips of Rising Stars, 12.47. In 6th place, Omega Georges of BSL, 12.46. In 5th place, Sherwin Bourne Jr. of Quantum Leap, 12.21 seconds. In 4th place, Dakota Pilgrim of BSL, 12.15. In 3rd place, Nathan Brathwaite of Talons, 11.88 seconds. In 2nd, Jaquan Pilgrim of Quantum Leap, 11.85. And your boys under 17 champion, Aragon Straker of Talons, 11.56 seconds.
Oh, thank you, Aisha. And looking at the comments here, because we want to make sure that those who are not here still feel that they are. There are at least 300 persons watching the track and field action here. That's good. And if you guys, I know the results are called out here, but if you guys want those live results, you can go on aab.sport.bb and you will have all of those live results. So even if you're here at the stadium, and especially those of you on our YouTube, go to aab.sport.bb for the results. And we're ready for this next section here of the men's 100 meters.
In lane 1, Tanis Thorne of Performers Track Club. In lane 2, Kristen Cummins of Christchurch Foundation. In lane 3, Joshua Burke of Blaze Track Club. In lane 4, Veron Eiffel of Extreme Velocity. In lane 5, Akobe Earl of BSL Athletics. In lane 6, Nathan Royd of Quantum Leap. In lane 7, Shakuri Greenwich of Christchurch Foundation. And in lane 8, Raheem Tate Best of Talons.
Recall. Looks like lane 8, I believe. Raheem Tate Best committing a false start. And the field, Thorne, Cummings, Burke, Eiffel, Earl, Ruitt, and Greenwich to face the gun of Mr. Rowe. All over to you, sir. Recall again, so we see what happens. Remember, all the time you hear a recall, it doesn't mean there may have been or there was a false start. And if you're in the next heat, you're going to be anxious and nervous, I guess, because you're looking for the best start. So the yellow card comes out, and it's green. So as I said, it doesn't mean all of the time. Maybe the starter saw something that he or the recall was not happy with, so they bring back the race. And as I said, we have a very efficient and top class start team. Still 7 competitors. All right, we're on our way here for this third section, and Quantum Leap's Nathan Ruitt was out like a bullet. Christian Cummings of Foundation, though, is running a cracker and runs to the line. Cummings of Foundation, 11.28. That's the best time so far. Minus 2.3, the win is around minus 2.3, 2.4. It's a little quiet now with the wind. We have high jump and long jump action. Aisha has the result of the women's 100 meters.
Women's 100 meters in 8th place, Dania Haynes of Rising Stars, 13.24 seconds. In 7th, Donisha Moore of BSL Athletics, 13.02. In 6th place, Andrea Straker, unattached, 12.88. In 5th place, Kayla Kernon of Quantum Leap, 12.79. In 4th, Amani Kernon of Quantum Leap, 12.76. Tionce Walrun in 3rd of Talons, 12.68. Carrie Beckles of Rising Stars in 2nd place with a time of 12.56. And Ayana Morgan is your women's 100 meter dash winner. She represents Quantum Leap and she ran a time of 12.43 seconds.
Final section for the 100 coming up. We are beautiful. This is lovely because we're nearly, I would say, on time. The first 400 scheduled for 12:30. We're 3 minutes away from that, so we're going to be moving straight from the 100 into the 400. I will give you the result of the men's long jump after this 100. Remember, in this field here for the final section, we have a young man who's really running well. His name is Karan Griffith. He's trying to get on that under 23 knockout team, putting in some good times, just a little bit outside. He ran a 10.5, I remember, and they're asking 10.4. He will have to do a lot of work here with the wind, but you don't study wind, you run. That's what you know for sure from track and field. So this one is going to be a big one for Mr. Griffith, I know. But we also have another 7 great competitors. And Aisha, let's meet them.
In lane 1, Jadon Pierce of Rising Stars. In lane 2, Rico Griffith of Talons. In lane 3, Kieran Griffith of Quantum Leap. In lane 4, Anderson Devonish of Talons. In lane 5, Brendan Hoyt of Quantum Leap. In lane 6, Jabari Cumberbatch of Talons. In lane 7, Jamarco Gill of Performers. And in lane 8, Nicholas Jordan of Talons.
We have a good start, and Griffith got out the blocks well, and look at the dry face now. Kuran Griffith is class, man. Trying to get there, let's see, 10.60. He looks good though. He's looking good, Quantum Leap. No, his coach will obviously try to look back at the race and evaluate, and he had the best win here too. Minus 1.9. In terms of for the day, 10.58. That was good running, young man. Very, very good running. Wasn't too quick out of the blocks, but the dry phase was nice. And we're going to be moving to the 400s. I can see the young ladies coming across, and let me introduce you to our competitors who are going to be jumping over there by the long jump. And I hear Dante in my ear saying that he would like the under-17s to report to the call room for their 400s. So please do that. All under-17 boys and girls who are running the 400, you're asked to go to the call room. In the under-15 division long jump, Zuri Ellis and Zarina Williams, both of Pro Farmers. Under-17, we have Shakenia Jones of Talons and Cajun Rouse. Think of that as a lodge school, and making her return to the track here, Sky Spencer Lane of Rising Stars. They're the ones there in the under-17 division for the long jump. And remember, young ladies there, the association will be asking a mere 5, I think it's 5.80. That is correct, 5.80 for the NACA under-18 standard. In the women's long jump, we have Alicia Maskell unattached, Legina Colucci of Rising Stars, Kaylee Catwell unattached, Misha Nelson unattached, Adia Brewster, Pro Farmers, Niobe Holder, Christchurch Foundation, and Afrakabino Ford of Pro Farmers. Those are the ladies there for the long jump. And the men's long jump result, In 8th position, Laquan Wiggins of Blackbirds, of UB Blackbirds, 5.66. 7th position, Wayne Jones unattached, 5.94. 6th position, Jaden Ford of Foundation School, 6.02. 5th position, with a jump of 6.14, Dario King of Rising Stars. 4th position, jumping 6.54, was Aaron Braffett of Rising Stars. 3rd position, jumping 6.54, also was Antonio Weeks of Rising Stars. 2nd position, that was 2nd position was Antonio Weeks, and winning the event with a leap of 7 meters was Dequan Walcott of, he's unattached, sorry. I remember he would have been in the under 20 division of velocity management. Right, Walcott is not unattached. She's from velocity management, and Walcott jumped 7 meters, winning the long jump. And for his division, asking 7.45. Not a bad attempt there, not a bad distance this afternoon. And in the high jump, we have Travis Hoyt and of Rising Stars and Aaron Messiah. Quantum Leap, he's a busy young man today. That's the under 17 boys high jump, and Aaron Brafford of Rising Stars and Antonio Farrell will be in the men's high jump. So that's why we call it track and field. It's not just about the track, also the field. We are just a little bit behind here, but the athletes are there for the 400, and we're going to be rolling along with those. That is the girls 400 meters should be getting on to the track. They don't have to set blocks, so should be moving along nicely. And here they are, and Aisha will be calling them from lanes 8.
In lane 1, Kadia Rock of Quantum Leap. In lane 2, Alyssa Weeks of BSL Athletics. In lane 3, Destiny Bruce of Rising Stars. In lane 4, Sharissa Brown of Quantum Leap. In lane 5, Sharifa Best of Quantum Leap. In lane 6, Ariel Archer of Rising Stars. In lane 7, Kiara Beckles of Pegasus. And in lane 8, Donisha Boyne of BSL Athletics. Over to you, Mr. Starter.
Off and running here for this under 15 girls 400 meters, and Kadia Rock is the class 1 in this field. However, her teammate Sharifa Best is running a Karaka-Jaka, but look at class. Look at Kadia Rock. I have a lot of patience for this young girl. Running a Karaka-Jaka, going down the back straight now, taking it easy, is all Kadia Rock. She wants to really run a better time than she ran, but Rock is like rock hard, rock cement, running real hard, man. This is Kadia Rock. However, on the outside, looks like that is Ariel Archer trying to give Rock a real run here, but it is Archer really running well and trying her best to get to Rock. This is what we're talking about. Rock and Archer. Archer isn't giving up and still trying hard. These girls are pushing it to the extreme. My goodness, what a race. Rock and Archer. Good running, and that's a nice time for under 15s. Trust me, 58.41. That is not bad for the under 15s. They have a lot of time for this Katie Rock girl, but it's also good to see we have another one in Archer. Oh my. That's the best race of the day, and it came from the youngsters. Very good, ladies. Very, very good. This is what we're talking about here. And we're going to see if the boys can put in a run like that. But good running. Rock knows what is going on. And Archer, Rising Stars versus Quantum Leap. We may have Mr. Best. We probably should start doing some points here. Make it feel as though we're at BSAC or something. But the boys are ready, and Aisha is getting ready to call out the boys. After seeing a race like that, boys, I hope you put in a good performance too. Aisha, let's meet these boys.
In lane 8, Malik Duglin of Rising Stars. In lane 7, Zayden Hackett of BC Track. In lane 6, Kevin Webster of Rising Stars. In lane 5, Shamari Addison of Pegasus. In lane 4, Kevon Wickham of Rising Stars. In lane 3, Nikolai Cox of Blaze Track Club. And in lane 2, Asher Linton of Christchurch Foundation.
And Mr. Burt gets them off and running. Blaze Track Club, Nikolai Cox understands it is not playing around. Let me run my first 100 very quickly, and he's blazing. He's probably inspired by Katie Rock and Archer just now. But this is all Nikolai Cox now, running a good race for Blaze Track Club. Kevon Wickham of Rising Stars is trying to get there, but he started out really well. That's how you run a 400. Go out there. You got to catch me. It's all about Blazes Track Clubs. Nikolai Cox, looking like the class one here in the under 15 division for the 400s. But the two Rising Stars are trying to make a run of it, but I don't think they're going to get there this afternoon. Nikolai Cox pushing hard to the line. 55.96 flash. Oh my. The 400s are looking very interesting, and the under 17s are coming out. It's going to be good action here at the Usain Bolt Sports Complex. And those under 17s, we have a little time here, Sharon. So we have 10 minutes to the start of that. So. And those under 17s also have to set their blocks. We're going to do some results here for you. And we know that with track and field, just so you guys know, usually after results, aab.sports.bb for all of your results. This is the May Classic. We're going to be getting ready for a busy month of June, and it should be busy, as it is my birth month and the best month in the year. Nationals happens at the end of the month, and you athletes are really looking good as we gear up there. Aisha, what happened there at the National Stadium this morning?
Thank you, Jamar. In the boys discus under 17, we had two competitors, Kyle Babb of Rising Stars. He threw 30.16 meters, and Tariq Levine of BC Track threw 36.90 meters to win that event. In the boys under 20 discus, we had Kalen King of BC Track, 35.27 meters, and winning that was Kevon Hines of BC Track as well, 43.51 meters. In the women's discus throw, three competitors. In third was Renasha Phillips of Rising Stars, 22.82 meters. In second, Coach Wendy Barrow Smith of BC Track, 23.49 meters. And Shanice Hudson of Elite Distance, through the discus, 40.75 meters. In the girls' javelin under 17, 3 competitors in third place, Tremelli Austin of Talon, 17.14 meters. In second, Raya Dates of Elite Distance, 35.84 meters. And winning the girls under 17 javelin throw, Asabi Calendar of Talons, 39.92 meters. In the women's javelin, we had Roland Curtin Brown in third place of Rising Stars, 31.70 meters. In second, Vivica Addison of Talons, 36.97 meters. And winning the women's javelin, Vanessa Graves of Rising Stars, 41.51 meters. In the boys' javelin under 17, 1 competitor, just Tariq Levine of BC Track, 34.03 meters. In the under 20 edition of the boys' javelin, Kevon Hines, the lone competitor, 49.45 meters. And the men's javelin open, just 2 competitors, Aaron Worrell of Talons, 41.35 meters. And Don Ross Oliver of Rising Stars, he won the men's javelin with 47.38 meters. Also, we have the boys' shot put under 17. 2 competitors this time in the under 17 boys. Kyle Bob of Rising Stars, 10.25 meters. And Tariq Levine, very busy, BC Track, 10.64 meters. So those are some results for you from the National Stadium. We're still awaiting a few, but those results are in from the field events that were held at the National Stadium earlier this morning.
Thank you so much, Aisha. As we go to the under 17 division, and when you see a under 15, and you were a very good athlete back in the day. I don't know if you can still run, Aisha. Run and jump. I know you were a jumper, but you still used to run. But when you are under 15 or under 17 now, as we have them going to set their blocks, and you're seeing it under 15 running 58. I don't know. We ought to get inspired now. That's the kind of runs that we like here. And just so that the under 17s can understand what's happening, is that we're asking 56 seconds of you. 56 seconds for the under 18s. And we just saw a 14-year-old girl running 58. That is not too bad at all. She's really going to be one for the future, continuing to put in that work. But I'm very happy that all of our athletes, or most of them, are back out at action. Back out to action and having the time of their life. Here we are as we get ready for the big meet, June 26th. And hopefully by then, obviously, the AAB and the board will make the decision once we are okay to have activities on Sundays, and hopefully we will become, the announcement should be coming next weekend. We're hoping. Can't come in right now, Dante, so hold on. Yeah, I'm just kidding. Is it Mr. Carter? I think we want Mr. Carter, Ricky Carter, to report to the call room, I believe. And Aisha will call out these names for us here as the young ladies are making their way back to their blocks. No. And we're just awaiting Miss Niles there to get back to her blocks, and we are going to be ready to call out the lane assignments. Aisha?
In lane 8, please welcome Zakiah Hunt of Talons. In lane 7, Shania Thomas of Quantum Leap. In lane 6, Kilia Bentham of Talons. In lane 5, Jazara Holford of Quantum Leap. In lane 4, Kishona Naz of Elite Distance. In lane 3, Tiana Applewitt of Rising Stars. In lane 2, Takara Brown Hall of Performers. And in lane 1, Rania Roberts competing unattached. This is a straight final.
This is a division that I have a lot of patience for too, because I was watching these young ladies from the knapsack bays. They're big girls now, and it's a good 400 after the first 100. Niles though looks like the best out of the lot. This is Kashonia Niles, and Holford is there, but you know, not running even as fast as Rock was running though earlier, Aisha. But we'll see how they're going to shape up for the final two. But Appleweight of Rising Stars is trying to make a run of it here, but it's all Niles and Holford. Kashonia Niles, Jazara Holford, Calicia Downs. Not in this one today. And that's the under 17 girls. Calling the women's and men's 400 meters to the call room. You guys should be there. Your event is now at least 20 minutes away, so we do have some time. So all women, all men report to the call room. Those of you who are running that 400 meters. After the 400 series, we are going to put back down some hurdles on the straight for our 100 and 110. So we're really moving well. The under 17 boys, they're going to set their blocks now. This one is going to be a good one too. I see Mr. Paris, and he came very close to the under 18 time. This is his first year in the under 17 division and doing well already. 48.50. That's what they're going to be asking of him and the others in this division. Getting ready for the under 17 boys 400, and we're going to have those lane assignments right about now.
In lane 7, Killian Lockhart of Blaze Track Club. In lane 6, Peter Lowe of Performers. In lane 5, Josiah Paris of Quantum Leap. In lane 4, Joshua Dottin of Quantum Leap. In lane 3, Michael Blair of Rising Stars. And in lane 2, Zachary Alexander of Christchurch Foundation.
Off and running on the 17 boys, and Paris is out early o'clock, and Dottin is not going to let Paris get too far, but he's already gone though. My goodness, it's Josiah Paris being tracked by Peter Lowe and Dottin, his teammate. But it's all about Paris here. He was very close to that 48.50. We're going to see how he shapes up here. He's at the 150 mark, and his teammate is going to be coming up to him right about now too. That is Paris and Dottin, but Paris still out in front and pushing for home here. It's all Josiah Paris and Joshua Dottin of Quantum Leap. It's all about the endurance and the strength now to finish up your 400. Flash time of 50.25. From Paris. Doesn't look too happy with that time. But he can come back again. He has the ability, he has the class. Next on the track will be the women's 400 meters. And that is 13 minutes. As we say at the Garrison, to post time. But we have the long jump action happening there. And those young ladies are trying to get to 5.80, the distance.
My name is Kirkland Clark, and I'm the underwriting manager here at Cooperators General Insurance. We offer a wide range of products to cover the individual householder, as well as for the commercial business. For householders, we have your homeowner's policy, which covers for all sorts of loss or damage. We also cover your contents, your valuables. We have all risk cover for that. businesses, we offer a wide range, which includes your fire and perils protection, burglary, all risk, employer's liability, public liability, and the list goes on. During the hurricane season, we put on a number of specials so that persons can ensure that their products or that their properties remain covered. Cooperators General Insurance. Insurance the way you want it to be.
Welcome back. So we have Trevor Welch and Harcourt Wason, and we are anxiously awaiting the next races on the track. But we do have a short break, and we just want to go over a little bit of what we would have seen in the last races.
Well, let me go back to the 100 meters as I was in my dual role today. I had the opportunity to be down on the track, and along with it being extremely hot, it is also very windy, and the wind is coming.
We noticed that, yes.
And the wind is coming from the south, so we are having some wind readings in the negatives, as high as 3.6 in one of the events that
That's like running into a storm.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's very, very windy. So the sprinters, we saw that the times were not particularly exciting in the 100 meters. So because of that wind, we hope. But we then have the sprint hurdles coming up shortly. So then it will be a challenge again for those, because you're now adding the rhythm aspect of it as well. So we will see they will encounter a little difficulty. Mm-hmm. The fastest time for the 100 meters was 10.58, not anything to really write home about for the men's division. So we want to see something in the lower 10 teens and in the 10 teens and
you're looking for nationals. It's not nationals yet. This is later in June, and so everything will be right by then.
I'm hopeful. I still want to see somebody breaking 10-2, at this level. So set the scene for when we get all the big competition, the big competitors coming. So let's start to make it exciting. In other words.
Yeah, it surely will be exciting. That's why we always try to ensure that we have our best athletes on show for the national championships, like any other country.
Yeah.
And we use the performances from national championships mainly to establish the teams for the international meetings in the summer, most of the time. This time might be a little different, but let's see what happens with that.
Yeah, and I'll admit, especially in the hundreds, we always see, in the men's 100 in particular, it's always an exciting race at nationals. It always comes down to the wire, right? Everyone is right there, a blanket finish, so to speak. And the times, we've had some very good times in the past. From the likes of Mario and Mario Burke and Levi Cadogan.
Right. So we're back on track.
And Serena Williams, best attempt 3.71. This one should be a very interesting 400 meters. Brianna Boyce and Sade World had a very good run last time out. And we're going to see how they shape up and see what happens here at this one for the May Classic. Aisha, we're going to be getting ready as the young lady there from Blaze just make sure that she's comfortable, making sure she's happy with her blocks, and they're all back now, Aisha. So let's have those lane assignments for the women's 400-meter final.
In lane 8, Kian Collymore of Wabisco Stars. In lane 7, Rakila Fagan of Elite Distance. In lane 6, Tawana McLean of Blaze Track Club. In lane 5, Kayla Cummins of Elite Distance. In lane 4, Janelle Reed of Pacers Track Club. In lane 3, Brianna Boyce competing unattached. In lane 2, Sade Worrell of Quantum Leap. And in lane 1, Asia Foster of Quantum Leap.
Off and running here. Let's see how they go. For the first 100, Kiana Collymore out in lane 8 is running well. They're all running really fast, you know. But Brianna Boyce realizes it and starts her run now at the 300 mark. It's Brianna Boyce going down that back straight, but the two of Fagan and Collymore know that they have to get out early, and that's what they're trying to do. Let's see how they shape up for the final 2. This is where the strength work now comes into play, and it looks like Brianna Boyce running a beautiful curve. Fagan, to me, isn't done yet. She's still trying her best. And here comes Sade Worrell and Aja Foster with that usual late kick. Here they come. This is turning out to be a cracker jacker now. Sade Worrell showing the strength, and Aja Foster showing the strength work of a 400 meter. Foster is determined. A beautiful run from Aja Foster. What a run. Not a bad time either. A 57.22. The season is getting better and better and better and better. Very good run, Aja, Sade, Brianna, all of you ladies. My goodness. Well timed, I must say. And I see the coach over there clapping. He's a happy coach. Oh my. Aisha did tell me though that Aja Foster will beat them here. I said no, Aisha. Boyce was my favorite, but my goodness, very good run. Very good run. I'm happy. It's a beautiful. I told you guys, this May class, it seems as though it's the May Olympics. It's a lovely day here today. And it's only early days, and you can see that the work that the coaches and the athletes are doing is really paying off. And continue to work hard, all of you athletes. That's all I can tell you. Make me feel as though I should probably go back in the gym or something. Yeah, we have one more 400 to go. And that's going to be our men's 400. And that is actually 12 minutes away. But very good run from those two young ladies from Quantum Leap and Brianna Boyce. Oh my. Yeah, pretty much. Happy birthday to anybody celebrating in the month of May. Coming to the ending of the month now.
A reminder that you're watching live coverage of the May Classic 2021, hosted by the Athletics Association of Barbados, coming to you from the Usain Bolt Sports Complex in beautiful Barbados. It's brought to you with the kind compliments of Corporators General Insurance Company Limited.
My name is Kirkland Clark, and I'm the underwriting manager here at Cooperators General Insurance. We offer a wide range of products to cover the individual householder, as well as for the commercial business. For householders, we have your homeowner's policy, which covers for all sorts of loss or damage. We also cover your contents, your valuables. We have all risk cover for that.
In lane 6, Xavier Eiffel of Talons. In lane 5, Darian Bailey of Performers Track Club. In lane 4, Shaquan Glasgow of Pacers Track Club. In lane 3, Antonio Simmons of Rising Stars. In lane 2, Trey Walren of Performers Track Club. And in lane 1, Marquez Cadogan of Rising Stars. Over to you, Mr. Starter.
Off and running. First section of the men's 400 meters. Shaquan Glasgow of Pacers Track Club is really running a good one here. Going down the back straight, not even easing at all, is Glasgow. His game plan is to just sprint and try to get home. That's what it looks like to me. But it's all Glasgow. Talon Xavier Eiffel is running well too. And here comes Proformers Darian Bailey. Let's see, it's all Glasgow now. Eiffel takes over. Now comes Proformers Darian Bailey, the tall, lanky, looking strong is Bailey from Proformers. Bailey will take the first section in a time, flash time of 50.70. And that's going to be the time to beat when, well, Mr. Best will give me the right time now, 50.77. And we just had an athlete there, looks like from Rising Stars, clearing the high jump bar. Action all around. And over by the long jump, hoping that those young ladies there are improving in the distances. Looks like Aaron Braffett there. Just having a sip of some water, I do believe, keeping hydrated in this heat. We have one more 400 race to go here. 50.77. The boys have had a look at the clock and know, well, we're going to get up and run a cracker-jacka of a race. But the May Classic, although not having spectators, there's something special about today, though. It really feels like a big day. And we're seeing those performances coming from our athletes this afternoon. And don't forget, we will have a mini, call it a mini little lunchtime in between this 400 and the hurdles. Looking at my watch here, it should be about a little 15 to 20 minute break. But that is not for the officials to go and eat pudding and sauce. That would be for you to go and put out those hurdles on the straight first. But the final section of our men's 400, they're making their way out to their blocks. And they feel as though this one is going to be a cracker-jacka of a race. And as I said, from 10 o'clock this morning, y'all, we're looking very nice in your colors. And hopefully as when we get back in the spectators and we get more parents and supporters coming in, that would be very good. And I know you guys are going to continue to follow the protocols. Going to be giving you the calls very soon for those 100-meter hurdles. And once again, a blessed good afternoon to all of you who are locked on. 302 persons there, I can see, on our YouTube. And remember, guys, if you want the live results, go to www.aab.sports.bb, and all of the results, especially if they were participants at the National Stadium, those results are going to be up there. Mr. Best has highlighted to me they're up, so you guys can go and check all of those live results. And a big shout out to all of our officials, because without you, a track and field can't happen. And all of our athletes as well could see the work is being put in, man. I'm happy to see that you guys are improving, getting better and better. It is only early days in the season. All right, Aisha, I think this one is going to be a corker of a run, or a cracker jacka of a run from these young men. And let's meet them here in this quality field. Remember, at the time it was 50.77 to beat. Who do we have here, Aisha?
Please welcome in lane 8, John Raven of BSL Athletics.
All right, Mr. Cox indicating that one of the athletes not happy with something. And as I said, that's why we have one of the best start teams, because we won't be able to see and know everything that's happening there. Seems as though he's going to be switching out the blocks. I'm not too sure.
Okay, all right, let me go again, because Ari Edwards is in lane 8, and I had John Raven in lane 8, so and I refreshed that. Many walking out. So Shandy, Ari Edwards. Okay, there we go.
So as we start out that problem there, just to let you know though, I didn't let you know, but if you are in this section, if you're, let me see, we don't have any, so if you're under 20, you have to run to 47.40 is the Pan Am standard for the under 20, and the under 23 NACA stands at 47.05.
Training schedule. The training schedule set up this stadium. And down here too?
No, it's just at the moment, it's just the technically
hurdlers.
Not less, I'm just everybody's in it.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. So we're going to continue the lane assignments here.
Thank you, Jamar. In lane 8, Ori Edwards of Rising Stars. In lane 7, Roderick Best of UE Blackbirds. In lane 6, Nicholas DeShong of Quantum Leap. In lane 5, Aaron Spencer of Velocity Management. In lane 4, Akil Howell of Quantum Leap. In lane 3, Shane Thorne of Pacers Track Club. In lane 2, Miguel Nicholas of Performers. And in lane 1, Shem Boyce of Pacers Track Club. Over to you, Mr. Starter.
Off and running for what I believe is going to be a cracker jacka of a race. Akil Howell of Quantum Leap had the best start and is flying though. Here is Aaron Spencer running a very good race as well. Nicholas DeShong is running a good race. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what you call a cracker jacka. Look at Spencer though. Spencer says, I want this really bad. Aaron Spencer is running well. Howell is running well as well. But Spencer is running a very good race. Nicholas DeShong is trying to get there. Howell, who had the early start, is trying to get there. Class is class. Aaron Spencer wins the men's 400. 48.71 is the flash. 47. Well, no, it's 48.76. 48.76. And we're calling those athletes running those 100-meter hurdles. Could you please report to the call room? That is going to be the girls under 17, women's 100-meter hurdles. Those two for sure. We want you by the call room. We are 18 minutes away from the start of that event. So we have a little minute break, but I'm glad to see Mr. Prokop. You probably will get the award for the hard worker of the day. Listening.
Yes, sir, we are back on. Right now. Damien Jordan, who is joining us today. Welcome, Damien, to the Mayor Classic. Nice to have you with us.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having me here.
All right, so you just saw the 400 meters in the men's. The meet is going fairly smoothly, as we had mentioned earlier. It is extremely hot and windy. With the 100 straight hurdles coming up, we might see some challenges if the wind continues to be as it is. But we just see how it goes.
Yes, we will. Hopefully it's not too much in their backs. As we know, hurdlers don't really like a lot of tailwind pushing them into the hurdles. It's never a good thing.
Yeah. Well, nor do we
we are facing the headwind, which is a challenge within itself. It's distracting. Psychologically, it's distracting, and physically, it's a challenge as well.
Yes, we have our expert hurdler here. June is able to speak to that with lots of confidence and experience.
Yes, she will be.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the 400s are over. Again, no real outstanding performances. We still want to see those times, we want to see those times dropping. No qualifiers yet for NACA under 23 or NACA under 23 and NACA under 18. So we're hoping that we can get a few more qualifiers for those meets coming up in July.
Yeah, it also has to do with the performance. This is your race plan for the 400 meters, for example. And we saw then the athletes running the 400 meters without changing the race plan. So those athletes who we traditionally would have seen storming home seem to have had to settle for third, fourth place today. And no doubt because of the lack of change in race plan, and having then to face the headwind in the final straight, they would have suffered.
Yes, and I don't think they're using the wind on the back straight to their advantage.
Yes,
so I think they would have had to adjust to that, get the wind, use the wind on their backs, because it's going to be in their faces when they're coming down the street.
Yeah, they should really try maximizing on that back stretch.
Yeah, so
not to work too hard going down.
So from experience, once you get on that straightaway, however fast or however slow you go,
it's very true.
It's a long 100 meters to go.
Yeah, we used to call it having the piano on your back or the monkey on your back.
The whole zoo on your back. And then adding headwind to that, no.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, but the whole thing about track and field is about striving and pushing against the odds and meeting the challenges head on, and the whole executive function in terms of thinking and making those changes to adjust to the situation, to get the best out of each situation. That's where we ought to be, and this is a whole training ground for that kind of thinking.
It is a new process everybody really has to go through, and it's a true test of your mental strength, which is something a lot of athletes, in my opinion, need to work on. I always say athletics is 99.9% mental, then that 1.1% physical, because that, for me, that's what makes the difference between a normal athlete and an extraordinary athlete. That ability to set your mind to the right level for the right occasion.
Yes, and very good point. Because conditions, you cannot tell what conditions you're going to meet. Right?
It's very true.
Well, sorry, me even now with expert and long-term forecasts, when you're there on the day in adverse conditions, you have to get your mind in tune.
Got to be able to pivot and just make the adjustment and do what it takes to take advantage of the situation.
Because even, for example, the NCAA's West preliminaries, they had to be postponed yesterday because of bad weather.
Yeah.
So now all these athletes now have to refocus. Well, all the men have to refocus today.
Yeah.
For today, and then the ladies now they have to refocus for tomorrow because everything was pushed back now by a day.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was World Championships. I want to say 2003. I think it was in Helsinki.
When the rain fell.
When the rain fell, it was extremely cold.
2005.
2005.
Yeah, it was 2005.
50%. Got 50% right. But it was extremely difficult conditions. And last Sunday, Gateshead.
Yeah.
Again, it was extremely cold, windy and rainy,
and the times reflected that. Some of the same athletes competed yesterday, and the times were drastically different.
For example, Shelly Ann Fraser-Price, she ran 11:05 Sunday and 10:85 yesterday.
So sometimes you're tentative because of the change in situation, and maybe slow to react and not sure of your footing, so that affects the time tremendously, especially over 100 meters. Aging myself tremendously. I remember Central American Caribbean Games, a cinder track. There was a deluge.
Puerto Rico.
Yes. And they came up with all
we won't mention the year.
No, please do not.
We age ourselves immediately.
Well, the damage was incredible, and they tried everything. The final thing they tried was, I remember the front page of the newspaper, the whole track ablaze because they actually tried to burn the water off.
Wow.
Right? Oh, that's in the track. Yeah. And then, we watched that, and then the very next day we had to get ready and perform.
Yeah, and I think as if the cinder track wasn't hard enough. If it wasn't hard enough running on the cinder track, then to have to run on the cinder track when it's wet, was even an additional setback.
That is something I would love to see.
Yeah.
If there's video.
Yeah, well, those tracks don't exist anymore. So You would see. You would see.
You have to go into the archives for that one.
Yeah, exactly. But although when I was in college, we had a practice track that was cinder. So I think that was probably the last one I saw.
Wow.
You know, seeing that was back in the early 80s when I was last seen it.
Yeah, I wouldn't have seen that. I was born in the 80s.
Yeah, well, what June and I were talking about, that was 1975 CSE championships in Ponce.
I was not even a thought.
All right, then, there you go. That was at the height of our careers. Yeah. As we get ready for the straight hurdles, the hurdles are being placed on the track. We have on the 17 girls, they're going to run 76 centimeters. On the ladies are going to run 83 centimeters, and on the 20 boys will run 99 centimeters, and on the 17 boys 91, and the men 106 centimeters. So those are the next scheduled events, which will start at 1:45. So we have another 20 minutes before we start the hurdles. So we're waiting. The athletes are checking in. The officials are getting themselves all set for the next event. And at Ryan Brathwaite track at the Usain Bolt complex, hot day, very windy, and at times we're seeing some dust going around. So, but the athletes themselves don't seem to have a problem with the track. You know, they seem quite comfortable.
They're just glad to be able to compete. I'm sure you can see them putting maximum effort in there. There's no question about using the honest effort rule today. They're just putting it in, giving us their all, and you know, some of them may be a bit short in shape, competitive shape, because they've had few races.
Yes.
But basically, I'm convinced that the conditions are good for them. Just not the times when reflect the effort that they're putting in. That's all.
Yeah, because I'm wondering. I'm looking at some of the athletes. Some do look short of work as well. Some just wondering how much training did they get in? Of course, they would not have been able to go as they would in normal times, but once they were able to get back out, or then even though in lockdown, what were they doing on their own? Were they following the training schedule set by coaches? You know, or did they take it on themselves to do some, to do some strength work, or even some work on their techniques? So these are the things that we have to wonder and hope that they would have taken some initiative and do some of these things on their own.
Some of these athletes depend on running themselves into shape.
Right. Yeah.
And of course, if you don't have the competition schedule to support that, then you will not get that result, because some people just like to compete and gradually work on that. But there wasn't that opportunity, so they would have had to have done all the base components of training. And as track and field athletes, as competitors, they needed to take care of themselves, have a routine quite apart from what the court sets out, a routine for self and maintenance of fitness and increasing strength and all those kinds of issues that they would have needed to take care of.
Yeah, because they have to be able to function even when the coach is not around.
Definitely, so independence.
It's training, it's mental growth. This period in this pandemic was a real test. So we will see now what happens when the athletes will get more into the season and the competition. They get more comfortable competing in this scenario.
Well, like everything else, our lives have been changed.
Very true.
And I will say forever, because the way that we used to do things will no longer hold. There are lots of changes that we've all gone through in the last 16 months or so, and we'll continue to change. And I'm sure lots of things that we're doing that we would have done in the past, we will not go back to, we will not see again. So therefore, training and training methods, the training discipline would also be something that they would have to to change and step upon.
Okay, let's have a word from our sponsors and then we will see what happens on the track next.
My name is Kirkland Clark, and I'm the underwriting manager here at Cooperators General Insurance. We offer a wide range of products to cover the individual householder, as well as for the commercial business. For householders, we have your homeowner's policy, which covers for all sorts of loss or damage. We also cover your contents, your valuables. We have all risk cover for that. For businesses, we offer a wide range, which includes your fire and perils protection, burglary, all risk, employer's liability, public liability, and the list goes on. During the hurricane season, we put on a number of specials so that persons can ensure that their products or that their properties remain covered. Cooperators General Insurance. Insurance the way you want it to be.
My name is Sherwin Greenwich and I am a credit union member. As a credit union member, my choice of insurance provider is clear. I only insure with Cooperators General Insurance. At Cooperators General, I receive excellent customer service. I have the convenience of Saturday opening hours at any of their locations. Although their premiums are very affordable, I receive a special discount because I am a credit union member. I appreciate the fact that given the economic hardships being experienced, Cooperators General offers you very flexible credit terms to pay all your premiums. By insuring with Cooperators General, my credit union benefits, I benefit, and the Barbados economy benefits because the profits generated stay in the country and are distributed among local shareholder credit unions. Why should I insure anywhere else? Give Cooperators General Insurance a call today. It just makes good sense.
Cooperators General Insurance Company. Insurance the way you want it to be.
What makes an insurance company stand tall above the rest? Is it the affordable premiums, flexible payment plans, or multiple locations to serve you better? Is it because it's locally owned by the credit union movement? Is it the 24-hour emergency roadside assistance or prompt settlement of claims? Or is it the long-standing pledge of community involvement and friendship? Welcome to Cooperators General Insurance, insurance the way you want it to be. We can help.
My name is Winston Allen and I'm a credit union member. So my choice for insurance is clear. I only insure with Cooperators General Insurance. With Cooperators General, everyone benefits. My credit union benefits, I benefit, and Barbados benefits too, since the profits generated stay in the country and are distributed amongst all local shareholder credit unions. At Cooperators General, special discounts are given to all credit union members. Premiums are extremely reasonable and easy monthly payment plans are available. Best of all, claims are settled promptly. Insuring with Cooperators General just makes good sense. why insure anywhere else?
Operators General Insurance Company. Insurance the way you want it to be.
My name is Miguel Nicholas. I am a student of the Elderly School and a part of Performance Track Club. I am 18 years old and I'm trying to secure an athletic scholarship. My main event is the 400 meter, but I also compete in the 800 meter and the 200 meter. I saw track as a good opportunity to get into college and pursue my dreams of becoming a pro athlete in 400 meters. After I graduate, I plan on going straight to the professional competition, and after that, I would consider becoming a coach. My most memorable moment so far is when I competed in my first international meet in the Cayman Islands, where I ran for a quarter and led out the 4x400 meter.
Our athletes here for this under 17 final, running out of lane 2 and representing Pro Farmers is Takara Brown Hall. In lane 4 is Rianne Price, Christchurch Foundation School. Lane 6, Malia Edwards of Rising Stars. And remember, ladies, if you want to head to Costa Rica, you have to run 13.90 or less, or even close, I should say. Best of luck to you. Over to you, Mr. Burt. Off and running here. And Edwards of Rising Stars really looks good. Her rhythm is good. Over the hurdle she goes. Edwards. And that was the under 17 division, and we're going to raise the hurdles. Thank you very much, officials, for the women. Thanks to all of our officials. I think we have two sections, though, of the women's 100. Here in this first section.
In lane 2, we have Michaela Smith of Performers Track Club, and in lane 4, Jadine Ford of Christchurch Foundation.
That was Smith and Ford in the women's 100 meters hurdles. That was the first section as we get ready for our final section coming up. Finish you, but I could bring it back for you, man. That's all right. We are getting ready for the final section here in the women's 100 meter hurdles before we move on to the 110 for the men and boys. And triple jump action happening for the field section. And Aisha, let's find out who we have here in this final section for the women.
In lane 2, we have Adair Brewster of Performers Track Club. In lane 4, Ayana Morgan of Quantum Leap. And in lane 6, Kerry Beckles of Rising Stars.
Carrie Beckles, followed by Morgan and Brewster. And we get ready for the the men 110-meter hurdles.
My name is Sherwin Greenwich, and I am a credit union member. As a credit union member, my choice of insurance provider is clear. I only insure with Cooperators General Insurance. At Cooperators General, I receive excellent customer service. I have the convenience of Saturday opening hours at any of their locations. Although their premiums are very affordable, I receive a special discount because I am a credit union member. I appreciate the fact that given the economic hardships being experienced, Cooperators General offers you very flexible credit terms to pay all your premiums. By insuring with Cooperators General, my credit union benefits, I benefit, and the Barbados economy benefits because the profits generated stay in the country and are distributed among local shareholder credit unions. Why should I insure anywhere else? Give Cooperative General Insurance a call today. It just makes good sense.
Cooperative General Insurance Company. Insurance the way you want it to be.
My name is Jada Leacock, and I am 17 years old. I go to school at the Commonwealth School, and I am currently in sixth form. I began my track career in primary school during the knapsack competition 2013, where I placed second in the 800 meter final. In the following year in class 4, I placed first, becoming the 800 meter champion in 2014, missing a record by 1 second. After that, I then proceeded to secondary school and continued track in 4th form. At BISA, I medaled in the 800 meter and 1500 meter final in 4th form.
Shepard Rollins, Leacock, Shepard Rollins, Leacock, here.
Then in my 5th year at school, I decided to join the Performers Club, where I would train with my coach Ronnie Gooding, who is pushing me to become a better athlete in the 400 and 800 meter sprint. I am aiming to qualify for the 4 and 800 meter sprint for the upcoming Caribbean Games in Bermuda and a knockout on the 18 Games in Grenada or Jamaica. My goal for track and field is to receive a scholarship to an overseas school and pursue my studies and track career.
My name is Sherwin Greenwich, and I am a credit union member. As a credit union member, my choice of insurance provider is clear. I only insure with Cooperative General.
Hello, Big Wing Monster. I'm here. Yeah, the track and field. You have to run fast. I'm coming for you when I finish here. So I'm gonna take you up and buy your money, and maybe we can play hide and seek and Big Wing Monster. You give me your. You
Competitors in the under 17 boys 110-meter hurdles. In lane 2, Rodnico Carrington of Christchurch Foundation. In lane 4, Joshua Dottin of Quantum Leap. And in lane 6, Mackay Clark of Christchurch Foundation.
Joshua Dottin. Not a bad effort there. Clipping a couple hurdles, probably was slowing him up a bit. And he knows he's going to go back to the drawing board and try to get to that 14-second mark. It was 15.15. Just keep putting in that work, athletes. You're looking good, improving. I can see it. And I know this week of training, as you go back to the drawing board, is going to be very interesting. Correct. It was at the stadium. Thank you. The bino distract me too much here. Let's have the competitors in this final for the men's 110-meter hurdles.
Let's welcome Ayalfa Ned of Performance Track Club in lane 2. In lane 4, Nikolai Kennedy of Rising Stars. In lane 6, Eiley Emmanuel Turney of Rising Stars. And in lane 8, Jadon Pierce, also of Rising Stars.
Good start. Haley Emmanuel Turney. Thank you, young men, giving your best shot there in the hurdle series. Brings us to the end of the hurdle series before we get to our 800 meters, and we have some time here to get you ready. And just to let you know that in the women's triple jump, we have Misha Nelson unattached, Cajun Rouse of Lodge School, Adia Brewster, Pro Farmers, Kaylee Catwell unattached, and Afrakabino Ford of Pro Farmers. Those are the 5 women in the women's triple jump. In the men's triple jump, we have Jamil Miller unattached, Jaden Ford of Christchurch Foundation School, Jaden Taylor unattached, and Amani Austin of the Christchurch Foundation School. So we're 28 minutes away from the start of our 800 meters. So you have a chance to get a bite, have a drink, have a chat. And after the 800s, we go to the 200s. And that will bring us to the ending of our May Classic.
My name is Kirkland Clark, and I'm the underwriting manager here at Cooperators General Insurance. We offer a wide range of products to cover the individual householder, as well as for the commercial business. For householders, we have your homeowner's policy, which covers for all sorts of loss or damage. We also cover your contents, your valuables. We have all risk cover for that. businesses, we offer a wide range, which includes your fire and perils protection, burglary, all risk, employer's liability, public liability, and the list goes on. During the hurricane season, we put on a number of specials so that persons can ensure that their products or that their properties remain covered. Cooperators General Insurance. Insurance the way you want it to be.
My name is Noel Lynch, and I'm the first Vice President of the Athletics Association of Barbados. I'm here this evening with two of Barbados' best athletes, both of them students at the University of Houston. They've been having a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful season this year. Seasons that all Barbadian athletes and athletes all over the world would look to. And we're just going to have a one-on-one interview. Well, this evening is going to be 1 and 2 because we're actually going to do this together. We have with us Sarah Bell and Tristan Gibbons. These are athletes that distinguish themselves from Barbados as junior athletes and are now doing even greater things on the track and field stage in the United States college scene. So I'm going to first start with Sarah. Sarah, how are you doing and how has this season been for you?
I'm fine, thank you. The season has been pretty good, actually. I beat my PR. I ran 13.52, which I was going to run lower in the finals, but things didn't work out in the finals. But I can say the season has been a pretty good start for a freshman.
Okay, tell me and tell Barbados, how have you adjusted to life, college life in the United States, coming up as a freshman and coming into the University of Houston for the first time? How has it been? Academics, athletics, how has that adjustment been for you?
Academic-wise, I would say that you just have to be more lenient, you just have to be more focused on your classes. Track-wise, it's basically the same. You just have to get there and do what you have to do, and when you're finished, back home. And back home doing schoolwork, actually, that's the thing. So it's kind of the same thing, but more focus, I must say.
Okay, that's very good. Tristan, let me come to you. Every time I open my newspaper or every time I open my WhatsApp, I always see that Tristan Gibbons has broken the national record again, or he's improved his performance this week. Last week at the ANC Championship, I see that you threw 1905 meters and won the championship. How has this year been for you on the track, at least in the field? How has it been for you?
It's truly been interesting because I've been battling a fractured hand all since February. So most competitions only getting 2 to 3 throws before I had to call it because of the hand. But I guess as I get older and stronger and I start understanding my technique a bit better, it's been easier to get the performances out there, but it's been harder to actually battle, staying healthy, and getting a true mark that possible of out there.
Okay, tell me, let's talk some academics with you first, though. How has school been for you this year? And how has school been for the 3 years into this third year you are at Houston? How has school been?
Challenging. Originally, I was studying entrepreneurship, and then I transferred into engineering. And I transferred engineering actually months before COVID happened. So when I went into engineering, it was a whole new concept of, I guess, learning online, trying to learn theories, using these very complex apps to draw blueprints, stuff like that. Yeah, it was challenging. I ain't gonna say it. Sorry.
You go ahead. Sorry, you go ahead.
Yeah, and trying to just adapt virtually and trying to video call professors to actually get a one-on-one because I ain't gonna lie, I be confused with what's going on half the time. So I just gotta be like rereading stuff 4 or 5 times to actually understand like, oh, this is what he mean, or that's what we're supposed to be doing. So this year's been the hardest so far, but somehow I'm making it.
How have your grades been? How are your grades? Are your grades good?
This is actually funny enough, this is my best semester for I got a level 4.0 with doing 6 classes. So this has been the best academically, I guess, because I don't have to physically go to school, so I have more time to sit down and actually like, study and I guess prepare better for exams versus half the time I'm in class. So, I try to learn new material, still train, and then go home and try to like remember all you did versus just say, no, I seen it, pull up your phone. And so academically, it's been its pluses and negatives, I ain't gonna lie.
How did both of you get involved in track and field in the first place? You can tell me like who were your mentors? How did you get involved in track and field?
How I get involved, I would say my parents.
Your parents were your mentors. They're the ones who brought you into track.
Yes, please.
And Tristan, how did you get involved in this sport?
Mr. Omar Armstrong. I went CP, I guess around third form. He didn't tell me, just come and try out, you never know. But I actually played volleyball for CP at first, so he was also the coach there for my boss. So then one evening, he just told me, I couldn't try it out. And I was like, all right. And then it was coming up to BSAT time. So I always wanted to, make the BSAT team. It was the big thing to make the BSAT team. So I was trying out, and I guess, just show it tomorrow, eventually just fall in love and I guess get caught up in it. And just try to keep improving on your previous performance and try to make teams and stuff like that.
19 meters is pretty good. I know that you're looking forward to nationals. How far do you think you can throw this year?
If my hand could hold up, honestly, I'm looking great trying to meet the barrier. The problem is I can't really push the balls that I like because my hand's fractured. Like I actually got the scan a couple weeks ago and they said I had a sprain across all my knuckles and a slight fracture. So it's like tolerance level for me. So if I can't get it in the first 3 throws, I ain't gonna get it because my hand start acting up.
It is truly amazing that you could, even with the fracture, do what you have done this year, because it seems that every competition you break some other record, some other national record or whatever. Sarah, how fast? 13:54. How much faster do you think you can go this year?
I can go faster, like 13:12. As you said, I practically have the same thing. It's just that it's not with my knuckles. It's with my wrist. At one meet, I fell and I sprained and slightly fractured my wrist and dislocated it. So I kind of don't start like in the blocks. I have to start on my knuckles. So it's not like normal starting on your hand, like fingers. I have to start on my knuckles, but I would say that I can go 13:0 or 12:9 at the where I am at right now, but we will see.
You know that third, well, if you go 12:9, the Olympic qualifying standard is 12:84, I believe it is. 12:84, which means that if you can go 12:9 and 12:8, you can qualify. But Tristan is a little bit more difficult because I think the qualifying standards in the shot is 21 meters, right, which is a little bit further. But tell me something. I am only reading about you, Tristan, in the shot. You don't throw the discus or any other event. You've gotten rid of the discus out of your repertoire.
Nah, I still compete in the discus. It's hard to improve on a consistent basis for discus because you got to take the factors like the wind. Sometimes the surface areas of discus is be different. The shot is more general because it's like a ball, so it's closer to your body, easy to control variables and shot as a discus. And I've been struggling a bit technical aspects of my discus, so it's not the 60+ meter throws that everybody expecting right now. But I'm still working on it.
Okay. Sarah, if you can do 13:54, you can do 12:9. We think you can run about 11:52. 13:52. We think you can run about 11:3 or 11:2 in the 100. So what has happened to your sprinting?
It's still there. It's really still there. but I'm more focusing on the hurdles right now. But honestly, I do like the 4x4 only after the 100. I basically do 4x4s.
Okay, tell me something about your coaches and how your coaches and how their approach to your performances and track and field differ from Barbados. I mean, if you're at the University of Houston as a sprinter, I mean, who could want better sprinting coaches than Carl Lewis and Leroy Burrell? How have you adapted to your coaches, Sarah, to the coaching? Is it different?
I adapted pretty good. At first, I was lost to some things that they wanted me to do. I was very lost. I was like, excuse me? But I was lost. But coming up to like from the fall and now, like it gets better, I should say. We have a good communication. Like we communicate pretty well. And he helps me with a lot of stuff, like not even like mentally and physically. He really helps because, like, as I said, with my hand, it kind of just threw me off a little bit.
Tristan, how is the workload being? What's the difference between what Mr. Armstrong used to give you and what you're finding at the University of Houston? How does it differ?
It's way harder. Way harder. Yeah, way harder. Because in NCAA, you can only train for 4 days, and it's like, I think it's like close to only max of 3 hours between lifting and your specific event. So there's a time slot you have to like rush everything in. Whereas me and Mr. Armstrong had a real good relationship to this day, so we would take our times and I guess figure out. And if it's needed, I would need extra time to figure out something that we would adjust and fit in to figure out, I guess, smooth up situations and stuff. But in terms of he being here in college, like I said, as you get older, you know, you start to mature and get stronger naturally. So it got easier to perform, and I have a pretty good relationship with coaches here. But in terms of workload and intensity, it was way harder in Barbados.
Yeah, Brian Holder used to do a lot more. I must say, a lot more than what I'm doing here right now. Yeah, I could do it, but Brian Holder used to kill me.
If you were to give one piece of advice to Barbadian athletes, young junior athletes looking forward to coming on scholarship in the United States, what would be that? What would be that piece of advice that you would give them? Student athletes looking to come from the United States, from Barbados to the United States.
School first. I got CSE. I got like all 1s and 2s, and like even at the kid, because they require you to finish kid, but as well, you got to pass or school first. You got to pass school first. If you feel any, you have to go to community college. No, I'm saying community college is a great route to go. I didn't just transfer to, I guess, a tier 1 university, but it is harder to transition from one university to another. So I would say school first. They will take somebody that passed in school, but with subpar performances, because if you run 9.9 out of secondary school, and you grades they can't accept you no matter how fast you run, how good you throw. School first. So whatever you do, make sure your grades set first.
At the same time, even though you don't have a good GPA, or even though you may not be that smart of a person that you think you aren't, but you are, they will still try with you. I must say, they will still try with you, and they will get you on the right path. So it's like, although we're saying school first, yes, school is first, but still know that even though that you think you don't have a shot, you do have a shot. So put your all in everything you do.
Now, final question. What can we expect from you before the season is over? Give me a ballpark, give me a number, give me a time. What can I expect? If I can get you to speak a time, to say a distance. What would you say, Sarah? What can I expect in the hurdles before the end of the season?
I can say I will run 13.2, 13.1 before I come home. Or if I'm home, I will try and hit 13 flat. 13 flat.
Okay, that's good timing. And Tristan, what can we expect from you? What do you think you can do?
In the shot put, I could see a 19.2 or 19.3. And this is like I honestly believe it can go 57 meters. It's just getting it together.
Okay. Well, let me thank you on behalf of the Athletics Association of Barbados and all Barbadians for what you're doing in the United States to keep Barbados track and field on the map. I think you all have been great ambassadors for Barbados in all that you're doing. Interestingly enough, Barbados depends more on people like you, believe it or not, than they depend on people like me. I believe you're doing a wonderful job. You're keeping Barbados first and foremost. And I want to really thank you all for being such good interviewees this evening and wish you only the best for the rest of the season and indeed in your entire track and field careers. Thank you and good evening. Good morning to you all viewers in Barbados and the United States. This is the second in the series of our one-on-one interviews with Barbadian athletes who are doing particularly well in the United States. These athletes are shining lights for both their country and their families in the US of A, and they've been having an outstanding track and field season. This morning we are joined by Tristan Eveling and Jaden Broom, two athletes at the University of Houston who've been doing very well this season for Barbados and for themselves. And I want to first start by asking you, I'll start with Tristan, ladies first. I'll start with Tristan. Tell me a little bit about your season this year and how it has been going in the US.
Oh, my season was very emotional roller coaster. It didn't start off particularly well. I didn't have an indoor season, and I had to miss, I think, the first two outdoor meets because of a recurrent hamstring injury. So I got a slow start. I think when I officially opened up, I opened up with 11.5, which wasn't too discouraging. After not running since 2018, I think it was. But as the season quickly progressed, you know, they were still dealing with injuries and still trying to piece my race together. And, you know, it came together at the right time. If you had asked me 3 weeks ago if I would have ran what I ran over the weekend, I probably would have said no, but I'm just grateful that it happened and that I'm peaking at the right time.
I actually saw the race at 11.14. And, you know, the commentator, I was watching it on ESPN. The commentators didn't even have you picked to be the favorite to win the race. He actually thought that your other partner from the University of Houston, she would have won. But I knew he was wrong, but I didn't want to say that. But congrats again, 11.14. I think this is an Olympic qualifying time. I don't think you could have done that much better. Are you looking forward to going to the Olympics?
I certainly am. It's been a dream come true. You know, as long as I was a child, I've always envisioned myself being one of the best sprinters in the world, and I wanted to help, you know, showcase the world at Barbados. We have not only the men, but in the women's side, we have talent as well. So having that opportunity to showcase that, I'm ready and I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, great. I'll move to Jadon. Jadon, tell me something about your season. How has your season been?
My season's been exciting. I started off with a PR indoors, and from there I've just continued to build as the months go on. So I've really been just sticking to the plan that my coaches have put out for me, and the results are showing now.
Okay, how is competition be? I seem to think that every time I look at your results, every time you jump, you seem to jump further and further. You seem to be PRing every time you've competed in events this year. Tell me where you started out and where did you end up this year in terms of distance?
In terms of distance, I opened up the year with 1569. So as the meets continue to go on, it went 1569, 1585, and then it's now at 1605.
Do you know how far away you are from the Olympic qualifying standard in your event?
1 more meter.
A whole meter away. I'm telling you, I won't be there. But how, in terms of training and getting adapted to the United States, I mean, I know that Tristan has been there longer than you have. Let me ask you, Jada, how has the transition been coming out of Barbados and going into the United States and training methods and intensity? How has that changed?
The transition, it was a tough transition for me because one thing I had to learn to adapt to was how technical it became from me leaving Barbados to the United States. So with obviously the experience of Leroy Burrell and Carl Lewis now having to come on to me, it was a lot for me to take in at first. So I couldn't have stood there and be hard-headed. I really had to take in each word that they were giving me to allow me to become a better athlete.
Okay, and I only see you in one event. You're not doing any other events. You're not jumping long jump. You're not sprinting. Tell me about that.
I am a dual jumper, but for this season, my coaches just wanted to focus on the triple jump.
So how was your long jump being? What kind of performances have we? I haven't seen a lot about you in the long jump. That's why I'm asking.
The thing is, I've only competed in the long jump my freshman year, just before COVID had shut off. I only jumped once. So it was only just a short little run and warm up for the triple jump actually.
And then Tristan, in your performances, I've noticed the 100. I know you didn't have an indoor season. I've noticed the 100. But I realized that last season you were going pretty well indoors in the 200. And then I don't know what happened after that. So, and I haven't seen you in many 200s this year. I saw you in the 4x1 and in the 100. What about other events?
So with the hamstring injury I was dealing with, we kind of had to take a different approach to how many races I would run and when I would run them. So prior to last weekend, I had only run 200 meters. That was at LSU and ran 23.22. It was a related. And then I ran last week in the 200 preliminaries 24.0. But for me, I think I'm a little bit better of a 200 runner than I am a 100 meter runner. So I was really looking forward to this year to really running more 200s. But as God would have it, He wants me in the 100s. So.
Yeah, and you're doing very well in the 100. Tell me, I watch you also in the 4x1.
Yeah.
I don't see you in the 4x4. Sarah says she runs the 4x4. You scared of the 4. Most sprinters, the 100 meter sprinters, are scared of the 4x4.
I'm not scared of the 4x4. The 4x4 is an event that you want to do when you're well conditioned and you're in shape. And for me, if I'm not in shape for the 4x4, I really don't want to step on the track to do it.
All right. Tell me about the hurdles. What we know you in Barbados as a junior athlete, as a very accomplished hurdler. What has been happening with the hurdles this year?
This year, this hurdles has been non-existent. I haven't been over a hurdle, and actually, since I left junior college, I haven't been over the hurdles. My coach has been kind of debating about if I would have done it my senior year, but being that it's my senior year and they wanted to make sure I was as healthy as possible, we decided to scrap the hurdles.
Okay. We always ask athletes at this level, because the weather patterns and the weather conditions are totally different from what you experience in Barbados. And the one question that we like to ask is, how have you adapted to the changing weather, like the cold weather, training in the cold and all that? How have you adapted to that, Jane? And how have you adapted to cold weather?
I had to buy more warm clothes.
I would expect so.
Yeah, I couldn't go out there in a t-shirt and short pants as I always do. So I had to buy more long pants, more long shirts, jackets, more socks. So, yeah.
But what have you done to adapt your body to train in colder weather than when you're in Barbados? Well, what have you done? Have you done anything special?
It's not really anything special. I think my coaches would have just allowed me to train outdoors more, have more of my jump work outside instead of inside all the time, so my body would be able to soak in the cold weather. Instead of the competition area where the weather is slightly colder than usual, I would know how to take my warm up and what necessary precautions I would have to take.
And what about you, Tristan? How do you, because you weren't first at the University of Houston, obviously, and then you got into the University of Houston. What was the difference between the two camps that you were in, and how have you adapted to the cold weather?
I At first, I was at Monroe College in New York, and as you know, the weather up there is not the best for sprinting. But however, most of the indoor season and the outdoor season, we were based indoors. So I didn't have to deal with it too much until outdoors. But then I remember there were times outdoors where we couldn't really sprint. We could only do like stride because sprinting in the cold weather is dangerous, right? So our coaches would give us longer workouts, maybe more endurance workouts. So it got me a lot stronger in a sense. I'm now seeing how it made me a lot better for the program here at Houston because coming in here, I was able to run a lot longer. My endurance started to improve a little bit more. So it actually made me a little bit better in the endurance aspect. It made me pay more attention to my warm up because you got to warm up a little bit longer to get your body warmer. And just really mentally prepare yourself that whether it's snowing, hailing, the sun is out, you have to perform under these conditions and all other competitors as well. So for me, it was just going out there on whatever day it is, just making the most out of it.
Okay, as student athletes, let's talk a little bit about school and schoolwork, about your academics. And I'll start with you, Tristan. Tell me, I know that you've already graduated at undergrad and you're now into a master's program. Tell me a little bit about school. How has school been for you in the United States at the college level?
At a college level, just the support that we get here is just unmatched. You have a really good supporting staff. You get tutors. You get study hours, mandatory study hours. You get all the help and all the tools that you need to be successful. So all you have to do is just ask. Say, hey, I need help here in this area. You can ask your teammates. You have one-on-one tutors that you can go to. So really, you have all the access to tools that you need to be successful.
And it has been easy for you adapting to schoolwork. I mean, moving from high school into junior college, into college. How has that been?
Definitely. The transition from high school to junior college was a little bit easier. The classrooms, the sizes were about the same, maybe about 30-something students in the classroom. So we got to personally interact with the professors and really them get to know you, you get to know them. And if you need any assistance, they can come over easily and say, hey, I can help you with this. However, when I transitioned from Monroe to University of Houston, I'm in classes with hundreds of students. The lecture halls now is not a small size classroom with 30 people anymore. So oftentimes the professors don't even know who you are. So I had to be a little bit more strategic on where I would sit in the classroom, maybe going to office hours to really get to know my professors and then get to put a face to the name, talk with them, just get to know a little bit more about them so you can build a relationship with them. That for me, when I had the harder classes, that really paid off in helping me to be successful.
Okay, Jadon, let me hear now about you. I know you're studying kinesiology and you're in the sports field. How has the transition been from coming out of high school in Barbados and coming into college at this level?
One thing I had to notice is that the interaction between your professor and yourself is the key aspect, especially me being a student athlete. The professors here have allowed us to have leeway with our work because they don't want us to have to go into competition worrying about an exam, an assignment, and because it all plays onto your mental aspect of you being an athlete. Also, when you're doing well in school, it also relates you to do well in track and field as well.
Okay. So how have your grades been? Let me talk some grades. Let's talk grades. How have your grades been for you?
Right now, my overall cumulative GPA is 3.4. So I've been averaging A's and B's all semester since I started Houston.
Sounds good to me. And I know that Tristan graduated, so that means that she had all A's and B's too. So it doesn't make a difference. Now tell me, from each of you, if you were to give one piece of advice to Barbadian athletes who are looking to come to the United States to come to college, student athletes, what would your one piece of advice be? I'll start with Tristan. What would your piece of advice be?
My advice would be to do your research. There are options. You can look at the junior college route. You don't have to only look at the Division I route. You can look at D2. I think NAIA There are a lot of resources online you can go to the NCAA website to really start to familiarize yourself with what is expected of you. You can reach out to other athletes as well, you know, to find out like what times do I have to hit, what distances do I have to hit. You can also
Distance is Kimani Cox in 5. For BSL, John Raven runs in 4. For Elite Distance, Rick Williams runs in 3. Antonio Simmons runs for Rising Stars in 2. And Damon Dawson runs in lane 1 for EDP. Remember, they're going to run the first 100 in their lanes, and when they get over there by Mr. Cox, they're going to break into lane 1. All yours, Mr. Burt. All right, they're off and running, and as I said, they stay in the lanes. And Norgrove is out early. I told you that the 800 really has changed into, to me, 400 sprints. All right, and they all look as though they've crossed the marker and they break into lane 1. Looks like Norgrove and Williams, I do believe. Can't tell. So what number is this here? This name is number 1. 1 and 7. So we have Norgrove, Dawson, and Goddard McCarthy. Those are the 3. But Norgrove looks very strong. So Norgrove, with about 250 meters to go. Dawson trying to get there. All Fabian Norgrove. He hasn't skipped a beat yet. And trying to give it his all here now where it's really required. And this is where you feel the burn as an athlete in the 800 too. Pushing hard is Norgrove still. Hands moving well, and the legs. It's all Fabian Norgrove there. Not a bad run at all, Mr. Norgrove. Dawson in 2nd. Rick Williams in 3rd. All right, so we are going to be moving to the 200 meters, and that event now is 7 minutes away, so the under 15 should be there. And I know Madam Burke and Mr. Holder, Dante, they are probably seated already. Athletes over by the 200-meter mark, let me ask you to relocate right now before the starters get there, so we won't have to do that by the time they get there. So athletes, could you please, all of you that are out there warming up, change your direction to the other side to warm up. So you can still continue to warm up and run down to the other side. But we're asking all of the athletes, please, to remove yourself, and you can warm up on the other side of the field by the high jump area, as the 200s are going to be coming there in 6 minutes' time. And I see Jude warming up. I'm not sure. Is this going to be an Olympic run this afternoon, Jude? I'm hoping. You're fresh, Jude. Fresh, fresh. I hope you guys got in your shopping some more. I did mine yesterday, knowing I'll be here the whole day. No shopping on Sundays. Two sections of the under 15 girls. Under 15s were very exciting. I saw a young lady coming, Azara Husbands, coming to the forefront this afternoon. Second section making their way across, and the under 15s as well. Please give Dante Sauce every Saturday. It seems to be a good thing happening. So we are going to be back here. We take a week's break. So after these, you have 2 weeks to put in some hard training, and then June 6th, we're back, and then Nationals happens the weekend of the 26th, 27th, more than likely. Hopefully we get a Sunday. We'll wait and see. Yeah. But the athletes are walking forward. They don't have to set blocks here in the under 15. So Aisha, can you tell us who we have in this first section of the girls under 15 200?
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Ciara White in lane 1 of BSL Athletics. In lane 2, Alisa Weeks of BSL. In lane 3, Zarina Williams of Performers. In lane 4, Donisha Barnett of BSL. In lane 5, Sharissa Brown of Quantum Leap. In lane 6, Sharifa Best of Quantum Leap. In lane 7, Azara Husbands of Elite Distance. And in lane 8, Samara Olton of Rising Stars.
Off and running for the first section, and as I told my friends here that this husband's girl who won the 100 should be good enough in the 2, and she's showing her class here. She turns, I'll see how she turns. Husbands of EDP, running well, nice form. is Azara Husbands of EDP. Won the 100 today. It's not a time that we really see the apples getting beat. And she's the winner here of this first section. Flash time of 27.20. Mr. Best is going to do his magic and give me a time of 27.32. Minus 0.6 win, the best win we've had all day. So athletes, I'm hoping it remains that way for you, especially those looking to qualify for championships. Hopefully the win stays like this. But that's the time to beat. 27.32. Now, Mary J drinking rum? Time finals, always interesting where you have to get up and run. And we're ready for the second section.
In lane, the second section in lane 1, Tia Applewhite of Rising Stars. In lane 2, Ariel Archer of Rising Stars. In lane 4, Tania Applewhite of Rising Stars. In lane 5, Zuri Ellis of Performers. In lane 6, Alika Harewood of Talons. And in lane 7, Naima Taylor of Talons.
Off and running, and Applewhite really had a good start. That was Tia. That's a beautiful start, man. Beautiful, beautiful start from Tia, but she still has to run because her sister is in front of her. Tania Applewhite, the 3 rising stars, and here comes Ariel Archer. Archer is class today, just getting beat by Katie Rock, and 26.10. Oh my. Under 15 running 26.10, not too bad there, Archer. I am very impressed with this under 15 division, Rock and Archer, having a very great day today. I cannot wait to see you guys again. Hopefully all is well. We are ready for this section of the under 15 boys 200 meters.
In lane 2, Ethan Haynes of Quantum Leap. In lane 3, Nikolai Cox of Blaze Track Club. In lane 4, Jaheim Griffith of Rising Stars. In lane 5, Carice Graves of Rising Stars. In lane 6, Ethan McCollin of Quantum Leap. And in lane 7, Kevon Wickham of Rising Stars.
Bob got a good treat here. Off and running, and the Quantum Leaps Ethan McCollin like he knew when the gun was going to go. My goodness, what a start. But the athlete there, Nikolai Cox of Blaze Track Club, he didn't have the best start, but he's going to make a run of it here. But it's McCollin, and here comes Cox now. Oh my goodness, Blaze Track Club. Nikolai Cox blazing to the line. And we're going to, that time, Mr. Best is going to give me, 24.66 is the flash. And then Best is going to add a little bit to it, not himself, but the computer. 24.76 will be the time to round off. 24.76, the time to beat youngsters. We have the second section. You're on the line, Aisha.
In lane 2, Kamari Cummings of Quantum Leap. In lane 3, Xavier Knight of Rising Stars. In lane 4, Enrico Jean-Pierre Green of Rising Stars. In lane 5, Ethan Hart of Quantum Leap. In lane 6, Malik Duglin of Rising Stars and his teammate Kevin Webster runs in lane 7.
Off and running. Quantum Leap, Ethan Hart. These Quantum Leap athletes have been working on their starts, it seems, because Ethan Hart had a very good start, and he's leading the field so far. But on the outside, Kevin Webster is saying, no, Ethan, I have to come at you. And Ethan Hart, here comes Jean-Pierre Green, the winner of the 100 meters, to pip them on the line. He didn't have the best of starts, though, Enrico, but he made up the ground. And that was basically Rising Stars versus Quantum Leap. That's what I like to see. I'm going to add some rivalry to it. And we saw in the under 15 division for the girls, I know Mr. Bob should be happy with those 3 athletes there he has. But we didn't see Katie or Rock, though, in that 200 meters. And I was just telling my friends here that I can't wait till probably nationals, hopefully the 6th of June, to see Rock Archer, the Apple twins and husbands all running together. That will be a cracker-jacker of a final, a 200 final for sure. We'll hope and see if that happens. If all goes well, that's a final I would like to see. This under 15 division, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not just talking about it for fun. It is a very good division. It's the future of track and field, and we have a good crop of under 15s, and I know, just want to encourage them, stay in the sport and give up their best, because you guys are very good in that division. Very, very good. Very impressed with you. Good running today, under 15s. We're going to move to our under 17 division, who should be over by the call room. And that first race is scheduled for 3:20. We're 6 minutes away from that, and I know the guys over there in the call room will be sending them across, and we're going to ask for the women and the men's 200 to start to get themselves together to make their way over to the call room as well. But I'm very happy and impressed with you under 15 athletes, all of you. Just keep putting in that work. And June 6th is when we return here to Usain Bolt Sports Complex for what I believe will be the June Classic, or you can name it after me. Just kidding, Miss Maynard. Nah. My era, June 13th is the day. I forgot that we're off next week. June 13th. Yeah, the 13th is when we're back here. Yes, Mr. Bino, I'm listening. No, not really. Oops. Yeah, the Oops Classic. Mr. Bino, I want you to get your camera ready because Jude is saying that he's going to run an Olympic qualifying time this afternoon, so we're going to wait and see. Thank you, my friend, Mr. Best. June 13th, yes, we are back. 2 weeks break, as I did say. I probably just want June to be the longest month. It's a great month, you know. All the Geminis. And shouting out to everyone on the YouTube stream. Twin. And I can see now the under-17s are making their way out and heading over to the start. Aisha is going to give you some results there of the 800. Over to you.
Results of the lone 800-meter race, which was the men's open. In 7th place, John Raven, BSL, 2 minutes 14.08. Antonio Simmons in 6th, Rising Stars, 2 minutes 13.33. In 5th place, Kimani Cox of Elite Distance, 2 minutes 9.77 seconds. In 4th place, Nathan Goddard McCarthy of Elite Distance, 2 minutes 7.36 seconds. In 3rd, Rick Williams of Elite Distance, 2 minutes 2.11 seconds. In 2nd, Damon Dawson of Elite Distance, 2 minutes flat, 0.42 seconds. And Fabian Norgrove of UE Blackbirds running alone from start to finish and running a time of 1 minute 55.17 seconds. For those 200s that you just saw, we have those results as well. So for the under 15 girls, in 8th place is Alyssa Weeks of BSL, 28.93 seconds. In 7th, Donisha Barnett of BSL, 28.80. In 6th place, Sharissa Brown of Quantum Leap, 28.68. In 5th place, Alika Harewood of Talons, 27.63 seconds. In 4th, Azara Husbands of Elite Distance, 27.32. In 3rd place, Tania Applewhite of Rising Stars, 27.31 seconds. In 2nd, Tia Applewhite of Rising Stars, 27.23. And Ariel Archer of Rising Stars, 26.20 seconds. In the boys under 15, 200 meters. In 8th place, Jaheim Griffith of Rising Stars, 26.28. In 7th, Xavier Knight of Rising Stars, 26.09 seconds. In 6th, Kamari Cummings, Quantum Leap, 25.84. In 5th place, Ethan McCollin, Quantum Leap, 25.43 seconds. In 4th, Nikolai Cox of Blaze Track Club, 24.76. In 3rd, Kevin Webster of Rising Stars, 24.68. In 2nd, Ethan Hart of Quantum Leap, 24.67. And Rising Stars again, your winner, Enrico Jean-Pierre Green, winning in 24.49 seconds, the boys under 15, 200 meters.
Oh, thank you very much, Aisha. And after 17 minutes of play, Chelsea 0, Manchester City 0, still love all. No one yet to score. And I'm going to keep you abreast there until probably we should get to halftime and bring us to the ending of the meet. But the weekend of June 11th, put it that way, because obviously, you know, things can change. So the weekend of June 11th is when we return, June 11th being a Friday. So obviously you will get further updates as they happen as to the actual days of the meet coming up in June. But we move to the under 17 division, and I can let all of those athletes know that we, at this stage, the wind is very good. We saw wind readings. I saw minus 0.6 and then 0.0 as well. So hopefully it stays that way, and you guys can have a good run for 200 meters, especially around that bend cruel. You don't want to be running into no wind with that bend. But congratulations to all of the clubs too for, staying the course and making sure your club still exists and bringing out athletes and putting in some very good performances. I don't know if Kuran heard me about the win, but his warm-up is looking good. Looking to get to that NACA under 23. Really wants to book his place, I know. Everybody warming up. Well, show me a good time too after you warm up. No, that's true. Are you asking for too much? But give me the best warm-up then. That's what I like about our athletes here. It's all good fun, man. Well, it's true, Mr. Bino. If a horse looks good in the parade ring, you usually bet on it. You see a horse, I always learn as a horseman, when you see a horse on its toes and dancing up pretty, may have any stick too. But the athletes are setting their blocks here for section number 1 of the under 17 girls 200 meters. And we're asking, the association is asking for 24.10 of you this afternoon, and every time you run the 200 meters for a qualification for NACA under 18. We're going to see how they shape up. All right then, see. A lot of men warming up for the 200 meters. It's going to be a good 200 meters. From the last time I checked, it seemed as though we had 44 men entered for that event, so we'll see. But final 2 athletes just making their way back to the blocks. Aisha, let's have the names for this first section.
Let's welcome in lane 1, Jade Williams of Quantum Leap. In lane 2, Therese Holder of Talons. In lane 3, Zakiah Hunt of Talons. In lane 4, Jasmine Seeley of Quantum Leap. In lane 5, Kelia Bentham of Talons. In lane 6, Jada Williams of Quantum Leap. In lane 7, Romancia Wilcher of Talons. And in lane 8, Niobe Rudder of Rising Stars.
Off and running for the first section. Oh, I really don't know how they're shaping up here, but it looks like a whole colossal of athletes coming around the bend here. But Niobe Rudder really shows the rudder to the stern and putting it all in her run. Very nice, classy run from Niobe Rudder. Talent is trying to make a comeback run there. But that's all Niobe Rudder of Rising Stars. First section goes to her. And we're going to see how the computer runs off the time. 27.69 minus 0.9 win. Minus 0.9. And to all of my good people there, because they're online and I want them to feel a part of the meet, good afternoon to you. I'm seeing your comments. Yes, I'm enjoying the meet here. I enjoy every single meet. Enjoy seeing good young people making positive movements all the time. And to everyone, hopefully soon we can have you not on the computer, but live and direct. Obviously, we're hoping for that. So we want to encourage you when we do open back up for spectators to come on out and support here at Usain Bolt. But the comments are always interesting in the chat. The time to beat, 27.69. Not as quick as the under 15s. But that's going to be the time to beat here for the under 17 division. This next section is a very good section too. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah, Tia and Tania. When we get more cameras, we'll be able to show you the field events. That's the problem. Not able to pick up everything, but to those of you who are on the stream asking about the field events, that's why we try to give you the results at least so you will know what happens. But this is not a NBC or ABC, but big up to our streaming crew who have been doing a fantastic job. They were asking why you don't be able to pick up the field events, but most of the field events are on the other side. So if you are willing, though, my friend, to give us a camera or two, we'll be able to bring you those events. Well, however, I want to encourage all of you who are online watching that you can go to aab.sports.bb. Women's 200, please report to the call room. Women's 200, we need you to report to the call room. And we are ready for section number 2. Aisha, let's hear who we have here.
Thank you, Jamar. In lane 1, Kishonna Niles of Elite Distance. In lane 2, Crisaria Ballantyne of Quantum Leap. In lane 3, Calicia Downs of Talons. In lane 5, Jazara Holford of Quantum Leap. In lane 6, Tiana Applewitt of Rising Stars. In lane 7, Dania Lewis of Rising Stars. And in lane 8, Danae Niles of Talons.
Off and running from Mr. Cox's gun, and Kashonya Niles looks a lot better here than in the 4 for sure. She's running now. Look at Kashonya Niles running really well. Turns now for home. She's running. It's all Niles. It's going to be all Niles. Kashonya Niles pushing to the line. 25.96. That's going to be the winner there of this time finals. Looks a lot better. But I do believe that the athletes are going to be getting better and better as we get closer to the 11th and as we get closer to nationals. Yeah. Also, thanks, as I said, to all of the officials, especially those of you who have been spraying and keeping the atmosphere clean. So much spray being used, but that's what we have to do in these times. But the under 17 boys are going to be setting their blocks here. And I hope the women have reported to the call room. Now we're going to have a lot of men to report to the call room for the 200 meters. But all of your comments, guys, I do see your comments, and I will respond where I can to those who are watching the stream. I will encourage all of you, though, to make sure you come on out when we do open for spectators, because I'm not sure if we'll be still streaming if we are open for spectators. And I don't want you to miss out any of the action, but this season is a good season. We have a lot of rivalries going on, and I will highlight them as the season gets deeper into the real heat of the action, I should say, especially when we get to the ending of June for our nationals. Always exciting. We look as though we are ready here for the first section of the under 17 boys. We have 4 competitors there, Aisha. Let's see who's running.
In lane 3, we have Jaquan Pilgrim of Quantum Leap. In lane 5, Killian Lockhart of Blaze Track Club. In lane 6, Omega Georges of BSL Athletics. And in lane 7, Peter Lowe of Performers Track Club.
Off and running for this first section. Quantum Leap, you have done well with your starts. Trust me, Quantum Leap, look at that. Pilgrim was out of the blocks. It's as though you all borrowed Mr. Cox's gun. My goodness. This is Pilgrim, all out in front by himself. Performers, Peter Lowe is trying to get there, but it is all Pilgrim slowing down at the tape. I don't think Mr. Burnett will be happy with that, Mr. Pilgrim, knowing it's a time final. But you can report back to your coach. 23.51 goes to 23.65. And the wind now has gone back to its usual self to minus 4.8. Yeah, that's a gale force. That's hurricane wind. Yep, you can feel it up here as well. And we have a competitor in this race who was very close to the 21.65. I think he ran 22.10 or so with his last outing. And we will see how he does in this next section. And we should have all of our men and women. But the women are out, but all of the men, I see all of you, there's a lot of men under the tent. I would be sitting down on the grass, man. But one thing is for sure that we're following the protocols, and I'm happy to see that all of you are wearing your masks, and please make sure that you're sanitizing those hands and try your best at all times to have that social distancing. But it's all not serious business here. We like to have our fun here at the meets. I will put a challenge to the meet directors, because the under 15 division, I don't know what we can do for them, but you know, you have to follow the protocols of track and field in terms of the order of meets. But those races are the real hot races for the season thus far. Very competitive. All right, so we're soon ready for our final section. All yours, Aisha.
In lane 2, we have Aragon Straker of Talons. In lane 3, Nathan Brathwaite of Talons. In lane 4, Reginaldo Spencer of Performers Track Club. In lane 5, Shadane Phillips of Rising Stars. In lane 6, Josiah Paris of Quantum Leap. And in lane 7, Jacoda Pilgrim of BSL Athletics.
Off and running. Paris not with the best of starts though, but look at Talons, my goodness. Talons is running. Aragon Straker is turning up to the party this afternoon. Josiah Paris says, no, Aragon, where are you going? This is my race, and here comes Josiah Paris. He didn't have the best of starts. 22.28. Not a very good start from Mr. Paris this afternoon. Not having the best of days, but this is what track and field is all about. To go back to the drawing board and correct everything. Oh, Aragon though really gave him a run for his money this afternoon. Very good running. Congratulations, young men. This is what it's all about. And I know the men are under the tent there watching, and they had a good win too. Minus 0.8, not too bad. The race before was minus 4.8. Win is doing its own thing today. Oh my, it is competitive action here at the Usain Bolt Sports Complex. I keep telling you guys, with every single meet, treat it as though you're at an IAAF meet. Keep it at World Athletics, I should say, sorry. I'm old, so I keep with the old school. We have 6 sections of the men's 200 meters. Oh my, it'll be interesting. Maybe I should come and be Mr. Holder, could I put my name in there for a late entry? But it's all good fun here. play AAB meets if you're not in a club. To play, this is not deal. You don't understand that. You have to run. If you're not in a club. Rue, you're going to have to restructure your question, not understanding your question if you're hearing me there, and we'll try to have an answer for you. Once you restructure it so we can understand what it is that you're actually asking. But we're coming on to the end of the May Classic. It was a very nice classic so far. Thus far, I should say. And Aisha, we're about ready for the first section here of the women's 200-meter dash.
In lane 2, we have Donisha Moore of BSL Athletics. In lane 3, Andrea Straker competing unattached. In lane 4, Shakila Blackburn of Talons. In lane 5, Tawana McLean of Blaze Track Club. In lane 6, Janelle Reed of Pacers Track Club. In lane 7, Khadija Cummins of Christchurch Foundation. And in lane 8, Gabrielle Taylor of Performers Track Club.
Off and running. Khadija Cummins had a very good start from the Christchurch Foundation School. But Andrea Straker, who's unattached, is attaching her speed to her running here now. It is all Andrea Straker. Andrea Straker. 26.88 flash. All right, and our officials there from the AAB are responding to the questions. This is what we love, good communication for our friends and the public interested in track and field. .02 will be the time to beat. The women who are eligible for under 20, that would be for Pan Am, we're asking 23.90. And if you're eligible for under 23, we're asking 23.70. So 23.9 and 23.7. And you will have to get up and run. See, I remember Oh. All righty, so we're getting ready. This one is going to be a very good final, this second section. And then we got to see what he wins with our last race or whatever. Before we get to the 6 men, the 6 heats, I should say, for the men, Shadi gets back into her position, Aisha, so let's have those lane assignments.
In lane 2, Tionce Walrun of Talons. In lane 3, Asia Foster of Quantum Leap. In lane 4, Brianna Boyce unattached. In lane 5, Tiana Boyne competing unattached. In lane 6, Amani Kernon of Quantum Leap. In lane 7, Shade Worrell of Quantum Leap. And in lane 8, Kayla Kernon of Quantum Leap.
Off and running. Boyne didn't have a good start at all, but Brianna Boyce did, and that's why she's made up the staggered there. Tiana now decides to get up now to run. Let's see how they're going to turn. This is a beautiful race. What a beautiful race. Here they come. Shade Worrell running. Here comes Aja Foster. Where does Aja Foster, Mr. Burnett, get this ending speed from? For the whole day, Foster was nowhere near in the first 100 or 10 meters or so. I don't know. Aja Foster, good running again today. My goodness gracious, I didn't have you on my radar. You're out of the radar. You have some amazing closing speed. Shade Worrell was looking like the winner there to me, and then all of a sudden Foster said, no, I heard somebody screaming my name, let me run. Quantum Leap. Good job there. Nice to see Tiana back here too as well. As I said, we're gearing up. It's now the season. The gravy now starting to boil before we eat. Food looking good. The men had a lot of talk for me, so I will see how the men do today in their 200s. Damien, the athletes are looking good, you know. They're putting in the work. And I must say they're not looking too bad, and it's still early season. This technically will be the ending of January, beginning of February into a season. So we understand that, but I like how you guys are working. Wind was minus 2.4 there just now. Wind is playing a lot of Bo Peep with us. Some races it's giving you just a 0 point little bit, and other races is a 4 point a lot. And then that last one was 2.4. But the husband's girl now for sure. Will book herself down in no. This meet was so good. I'm gonna the 2 weeks hopefully pass quickly. Before the weekend of the 11th, we'll be coming back right after my birthday, so we all have a drink after the meet. Miss Maynard said she'll be paying for the drinks. And those who are legal to drug, well, of course I'm talking about the adults. I know that we just changed that law. And I can let you know, especially my good friend Mr. Burke, who supports Man U and was crying earlier in the week, Chelsea has scored. It's 1-0 going into halftime. Havertz scored, but we're going to go to these young men who are on the line and waiting for Aisha's voice. Let's find out who we have here.
In lane 2, we have Shaquan Glasgow of Pacers Track Club. In lane 3, Kadeem Nelson of Extreme Velocity. In lane 5, Armani Scanterbury of Quantum Leap. In lane 6, Shane Thorne of Pacers Track Club. In lane 7, Shakuri Greenwich of Christchurch Foundation. And in lane 8, Evan Hudson of Rising Stars.
Mr. Rowe gets the first section off and running. And this is the first section of 6. So it's really time final, so all of them should be running fast. I'm pushing. Looks like Shane Thorne and Glasgow, all 2 from Pacers Track Club. 23:03. The first flash time there, 23:03. The computer, as Miss Maynard says, is going to do its own rounding off and not Dorian. 23 seconds flat is now the time to beat. The wind was -2.2. And we're getting ready for section number 2. But we can see that Quantum Leap really put in some efforts there with their starts. We're seeing good starts there. We're seeing lots of good work from all of our clubs, Rising Stars, Pro Farmers, Blaze Shot Club, Talons, BSL, Elite Distance. I'm hopefully not forgetting anyone, Pegasus, even the unattached clubs. BC Track Club as well. All of the coaches, please continue to do what you do, and you all do a fantastic job. Keep putting in the work. Pacers Track Club as well. Extreme Velocity, Velocity Management. I'm going to start a club, the Rum Club. Just kidding. It's all good fun here, ladies and gentlemen. Christchurch Foundation School and the Lodge School, I think those are the only 2 schools here. But I know I'm a God Spirit Life waiting to see the work that you guys are going to do in the 2 weeks that you have before the weekend of the 11th. And it's going to be a very competitive meet. You can feel the atmosphere and the energy building as you guys are gearing up as we get lower down into the season. Yeah, Club Unattached is one of the big clubs too. We must highlight the coaches because those are the ones who really put in the hard work. And I remember sometimes going to the National Stadium, watching athletes going through their paces. Do an amazing job, you coaches. I have to get a whistle like yours, Mr. Cox. As one of them whistles you saw for Conga Line, man. 23 seconds is going to be the time to beat. I will try to bring it down for you as each race goes. But we're ready for section number 2. Let's have those lane assignments.
In lane 3, Delano Thomas of Rising Stars. In lane 4, Davon Johnson of Rising Stars. In lane 5, Shaquan Boyce of Pacers Track Club. In lane 6, Tyrell Clark of Blaze Track Club. In lane 7, Acario Belgrave Thomas of Talons. And in lane 8, Joshua Burke of Blaze Track Club.
Off and running, and with a cracker-jacker of a start. Looks like, I think, Shaquan Boyce of Pacers. It's all Boyce here. Boyce is running. Pacers seems to have the formula for these 200s so far, because they're winning all 2 sections, and this one should be quicker. 21:54. That's not bad, Mr. Boyce. Oh, let's see. Have some results for you. 21:72 will be the time to beat 21:72. And Aisha, you have some results for us there?
Yes, Jomar, results of the girls and boys under 17 200 meters while they're preparing their blocks. In 8th place in the girls, we have Kelia Bentham of Talons 28.02. In 7th, Calicia Downs of Talons 27.91. In 6th, Tiana Applewitt, Rising Stars 27.82. In 4th, tied for 4th, Niobe Rudder and Dania Lewis of Rising Stars, both athletes 27.69. In 3rd, Danae Niles of Talons 27.30. In 2nd, Cresaria Ballantyne of Quantum Leap 27.27 seconds. And Kishona Nels of Elite Distance winning that girls under 17 200 meters with 26.02 seconds. And your boys under 17 200s, in 8th, Omega Georges of BSL 25.54. In 7th, Peter Lowe of Performers 25.13. In 6th, Jacoda Pilgrim of BSL 24.52. In 5th, Reginaldo Spence of Performers 23.91. In 4th, Joquan Pilgrim of Quantum Leap 23.65. In 3rd, Nathan Brathwaite of Talons 23.57. In 2nd, Aragon Straker of Talons 22.66 seconds. And Josiah Paris, your winner in the under 17 boys 200 meters, 22.32 seconds.
We are getting ready for our next section. 21.72 is the time to beat here, set by Glasgow. And remember, for the under 23s, we're asking 21 seconds, so that wasn't really a bad effort from him. So we're going to see, and the under 20s, we're asking 21.20. So let's find out who we have here in this next section.
In lane 2, we have Rico Griffith of Talons. In lane 3, Veron Eiffel of Extreme Velocity. In lane 4, Anthony Evelyn of UE Blackbirds. In lane 5, Darian Burkett, unattached. In lane 6, Jamarco Gill of Pro Farmers. In lane 7, Trey Adamson competing unattached. And lane 8, Seth Dean of Talons.
Start here. Rico Griffith. Talents is producing some good sprinters, you know. Talent sprinters don't look bad. Here comes Jamarco Gill trying to get to Griffith, but Griffith looks very good. My goodness. Form. Good form Griffith has. Running to the line. Doesn't beat the 21.72. Yeah. 21.72 from the second section. The wind was minus 1.0. This wind now, you see, I'm really writing down the wind minus 3.8. So, yeah, the wind is really playing a factor here. And I'm hoping for a certain heat that we have a good wind, because that youngster was very close to the 21 seconds flat. Now we're going to see what happens here. It's a beautiful afternoon here at the Usain Bolt Sports Complex. And we have some more results, getting them ready for you. So the first heat, minus 2.2. Second heat, minus 1.0. And just now, minus 3.8.
All right, results in the women's 200 meters. In 8th place, Andrea Straker competing unattached, 27.02 seconds. In 7th, Kayla Kernon of Quantum Leap, 26.85. In 6th, Tiana Boyne unattached, 26.77. In 5th, Tionce Walren of Talons, 26.72. In 4th, Brianna Boyce competing unattached, 26.49 seconds. In 3rd, Shade Worrell of Quantum Leap, 26.39. In 2nd, Amani Kernon of Quantum Leap, 26.25. And Asia Foster of Quantum Leap winning the women's 200 meters in 25.82 seconds.
Mr. Burke, you remember City, they were down against PSG, and Pep had a very good talk with them, and they came back and beat PSG. I'm thinking that that may happen today. You don't think so? Chelsea won love at halftime against Man City, but Man City, I really, remember I told you guys it's going to finish 3-1. So part of my prediction has started already. This is the Champions League final. It's 1-0. Chelsea won, Manchester City love. And City will score 3 goals in the second half. Just about ready, it seems, for our 4th section. Just making sure that everyone is happy with their blocks. And the starters have indicated that we are indeed ready. So let's go, Aisha.
In lane 3, we have Trey Waldron of Performers Track Club. In lane 5, Laquan Wiggins of UE Blackbirds. Now in lane 4, we have Kristen Cummins of Christchurch Foundation. In lane 6, we have Raekwon Wilkinson of Rising Stars. In lane 7, we have Amani Maskell Beckles of the Lord School. And in lane 8, Jalen Thornhill of Quantum Leap.
All fun running, pro farmers, very good start, but the Lord School's athlete, Amani, he's out really quickly. My goodness, he's running. This is Amani Maskell Beckles. Nice turn. We're going to see what the time is going to be, pushing hard to the line. Kristen Cummins from Foundation is trying to get there. He's a close finisher. 22:58. That's the flash. And now the official time, 22:64 minus 2.0. And we have 2 more sections to go.
A quick announcement for all of the officials. They have 2 training groups here of officials, and we are kindly asking for you to meet with Andre and Mrs. Maynard at the end of the finish line. At the end of the meet.
At the end of the finish line?
Not the end of the finish line, at the finish line, at the end of the meet. Those 2 training groups for officials. Please meet Andre and Mrs. Maynard at the finish line at the end of the meet.
Mr. Bino will not say anything now, you know, huh? If there's anyone down there on the track, there's a bottle there rolling on the track. If you can have somebody pick it up, please. Thank you very much. I don't want anyone to get hurt. Thank you. Oh, if Jude is in this heat, Mr. Bino, he promised me an Olympic qualifying time. Judy better has no false start. But this is the 5th section here, and remember the time to beat came from the 2nd section, and it would mean though that when we see it again for the final, well, I would say for the next meet, that boy Mr. Glasgow will probably be in the 2nd last or last heat. My goodness, that was a good time. But we are ready now. Aisha, let's find out who we have here in this next section.
In lane 2, we have Jude Clark of Quantum Leap. In lane 4, we have Ori Edwards of Rising Stars. In lane 3, we have Jabari Cumberbatch of Talons. In lane 4, Ori Edwards of Rising Stars. In lane 5, Xavier Eiffel of Talons. In lane 6, Nicholas Jordan of Talons. In lane 7, Nathan Roit of Quantum Leap. And in lane 8, Roderick Best of UE Blackbirds.
Everybody seemed to have a good start, but Jabari Edwards Jabari Cumberbatch is flying from Talons. Talons, I said, really reporting to the line with these sprinters today. They look good, but it is all Cumberbatch. Running hard to the line is Cumberbatch. 21:96 is the flash. And we're going to see what the computer of Mr. Best does. Jude had promised me the Olympic qualifying time this afternoon. He's standing up by the clock. Jude. My goodness gracious me. Mr. Bino, you can put Special Olympics next to that photo. A good sport is Jude, but Cumberbatch though, share class. Roderick, you promised me something, Roderick, too. You say it was warming up good and they asking for too much. Big up Roderick, man, Mr. Best. All right, Aisha has some results for us here.
Some results from the field in boys high jump. We had Travis Hoyt of Rising Stars jumping 1.63 meters and Aaron Messiah of Quantum Leap winning that event 1.72 meters. In the men's high jump open, the only competitor was Aaron Brathwaite of Rising Stars. He jumped 1.85 meters. In the women's triple jump open, 3 competitors. In third place, Afraka Bino Ford of Performers, 9.27 meters. In second, Adea Brewster of Performers, 11 meters flat. And winning the women's triple jump open, Kagan Rouse of the Lord School, 11.71 meters. In the men's triple jump open, again, 3 competitors. In third, Jaden Taylor, competing unattached, 12.89 meters. In second, Jaden Ford of Christchurch Foundation, 13.10 meters. And Amani Austin winning the men's triple jump open. He represents Christchurch Foundation School and he jumped 13.19 meters.
Thank you very much there, Mr. Best. I was wondering if you had gone away with the times, but 22.15 with a minus 2.4. This is going to be the final section, and very interesting in this section is that the lane assignment is going to be very interesting there for Mr. Griffith, who will be able to see all of them. We're going to see how that there works in his favor. Well, we had minus 2.2, minus 1.0, minus 3.8, minus 2.10, and minus 2.4, with the fastest time coming in the second section of 21.72. Final race from since 10 o'clock this morning. We have reached the end here. Very good job from everyone. Let's find out who we have here in this section to bring down the curtain on our May Classic.
In lane 2, we have Kieran Griffith of Quantum Leap. In lane 3, Akil Howell of Quantum Leap. In lane 4, Brendan Hoyt, also of Quantum Leap. In lane 5, Raheem Tate Best of Talons. In lane 6, Joshua Walcott, competing unattached. In lane 7, Ross Walren of Talons. And in lane 8, Anderson Devonish of Talons.
There's no wind. No, there is. I just want this young boy put at least give me a 21-1 or a 21.
We're just waiting for Joshua to get settled, and then we'll be over to you, Mr. Starter.
Yep, Joshua Walker, late change of blocks there. And it's interesting that there's no wind right now. But let's see if it keeps that way. Over to the starter. this. Oh, yes, remind me of St. Kitts. Miss Maynard. This is everything with St. Kitts. It look like same people houses. Yeah.
Let's go in, Gary. You're watching
St. Kitts was nice, man. Yeah, in a nice little atmosphere. All right, off and running. Griffith could see them all, and here is Griffith now. I'm not really feeling too much of a wind up here, but he is running. He is going to run and run and run. It's Karan Griffith. He turns now with about 60 meters to go. Pushing hard to the line is Karan Griffith. He's really pushing. It's close. Good. Very, very good. A flash time of 20.82. I told them that he would have gotten the job done today. Rounding off at 20.99, just inside of that NACA under 23 time. I told them he would have gotten the job done. The win is, he's the only person to have gotten a plus win today. And it's legal, plus 1.5. Only race. God, you probably pray to the win God today, boy. Very good running, Kuran. Very, very good. I know from the time the season started and I saw you, I said this young man is determined. Determined, man. And we heard him, Miss Maynard, say he took a deep breath just now too when he was pushing to the line. 20.99, and he's going to be the winner of the men's 200 meters. And not only that, he has run a qualifying standard for the under-23 championships in Costa Rica. Oh my, so it really brought a good end to the May Classic. I told you guys that he's 22.
Yeah.
No, on here, so you gotta check and see. He's 22 here though. I know you know everybody age. When I could check it though.
Hi everyone, we are back, and to say we just closed off the meet with an excellent performance with Karan Griffith with a new personal best of 20.99 seconds. He also qualified for the NACA Under 23 Championship later on this year. Great performance. June?
Yes, that was impressive. Today we were looking at some challenges with the wind, and at just the right moment we had a change and we had a positive win, but it was a legal one, so that contributed to a time of 20.99, and it can only get better from here, and I'm so excited to see what will happen in 2 weeks, and that 200 is going to be really hot, and I'm sure that will resonate with the 100 and the 400 as well. So like I said, we were saying today that all this leads into the improvements that we will see in the next couple of meets as people run themselves into shape.
Karan, I'm very happy for him. I'm very happy for Karan. He's been working hard for years, so yeah, it's good now to see it finally paying off for him, and it can only get better from here. He has 2 weeks now to prepare and come back for our next meet.
So we had a full meet today. We had everything from the 15 and the 400 meters, both hurdles of 400 and 100 and 110 hurdles. We had the 800, and we finished off with some really great 200s. So we had a total meet, and at the stadium we had all those field events. We had the long jump event here. So that certainly is a victory for track and field right here at the May Classic. So the May Classic was actually classic.
Yes. The athletes are now settling into this new format of competing, and I must give kudos to the AAB and the officials, because they're all following the protocols, making sure everyone is sanitized and we are staying safe and social distancing here.
Yeah, that's important. We are one of the first sports to be out of the blocks, as we would say, and we're very careful to ensure that the protocols are followed, with all the things that we need to do, and with health as our major priority, and of course, quickly following on that, high performances.
Yes, and ending on a high. It's been a very exciting day, a hot, windy, and exciting meet.
Today we were joined by Harcourt Wason and Trevor Welch and June Cattle.
And I am Damian Jordan.
On behalf of the Athletics Association of Barbados, I would like to bid you adieu.
And on behalf of our sponsors, Corporators General Insurance, we'd like to say thanks to everyone for tuning in. And look out for us on the weekend of June the 11th for our next meet. Enjoy the rest of your day. Stay safe and stay healthy.
Thanks for being our wonderful audience. Thanks for your time and attention. And it has been a pleasure to serve you.
Yes, it was. Bye.
What makes an insurance company stand tall above the rest? Is it the affordable premiums, flexible payment plans, or multiple locations to serve you better? Is it because it's locally owned by the credit union movement? Is it the 24-hour emergency roadside assistance or prompt settlement of claims? Or is it the long-standing pledge of community involvement and friendship? Welcome to Cooperators General Insurance, insurance the way you want it to be. We can help.